These are the jobs you may not see every day, but just know we're working hard to make Hillsborough County a better place to live, work, and play. Subscribe to our YouTube page for more great county-related videos, only on HTV.
Good evening. If you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to the September 18th, 2023 zoning hearing master hearing. My name is Susan Finch, and I'll be presiding as the hearing officer over tonight's cases. Let me start by introducing Ms. Michelle Heinrich. She is with the county's Development Services Department, and she will introduce other staff members that will participate in our hearing tonight, as well as go over any changes to our agenda. Ms. Heinrich.
Yes, thank you. We have with the County Attorney's Office, Mary Dorman, and with the Planning Commission, Jillian Massey. And I'll go ahead, like you mentioned, and go over the changes to tonight's agenda. The first one, agenda page 6. This is standard rezoning 23-0082. And for this application, we needed to correct on the staff report that the proposed zoning is CGR. Number 2, agenda page 7, rezoning, standard rezoning 23-0552. For this one, we needed to correct that the proposed zoning for this application is CIR. Agenda page 8, standard rezoning 23-0846. We needed to correct the future land use on the staff report, which is Res 4. And lastly, we have PD 23-0369. The existing zoning on this is CGR, and as well, the applicant is requesting a continuance to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM, and is not a matter of right for that one, so you will need to make a ruling, and
Okay.
that's it.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant here for agenda item PD 23-0369? Good evening.
Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, for 23-0369. Oh, no, this is just beginning. Yeah. We are working with Transportation and Zoning Department. We were trying to meet their concerns, but we're going to need more time to do so. We consider that very positive. We've also spoken with the neighbor to the north and south, who are no opposition. So just to be on the safe side, we wanted to ask for 60 days to get that completed and come back to the hearing officer.
All right, let me see if there's anyone here. Is there anyone here in the room that would like to speak to the continuance only, not the merits of the case, but the continuance only of case 23-0369? Seeing no one, all right, we'll grant that continuance of RZPD 23-0369 to the November 13th, 2023 zoning hearing master at 6 p.m. Ms. Heinrich, you want to go over the rest of the changes?
Sure. On our published withdrawals and continuances, we have item A1, PD 23-0153. This application is being withdrawn from the ZHM process. Item A2, Major Mod 23-0281. This application is being continued by the applicant to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A3, PD 23-0287. This application is out of order to be heard and is continued to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A4, this Major Mod 23-0407. This application is being continued by staff to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A5, PD 23-0422. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A6, standard rezoning 23-0443. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A7, PD 23-0472. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A8, PD 23-0517. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Major Mod application 23-0518. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A10, PD rezoning 23-0519. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A11, Major Mod application 23-0520. This application is being continued by staff to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A12, PD 23-0522. This application is being continued by staff to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A13, PD application 23-0540. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A14, PD 23-0583. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A15, PD application 23-0584. This application is being continued by the applicant to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A16, standard rezoning 23-0588. This application is being continued by staff to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A17, PD 23-0610. This application is being continued by the applicant to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A18, Major Mod application 23-0614. This application is being continued by the applicant to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A19, Major Mod application 23-0617. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A20, PD 23-0618. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A22, standard rezoning 23-0714. This application is being continued by the applicant to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A22, standard rezoning 23-0729. This application is being continued by staff to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A23, standard rezoning 23-0771. This application is being continued by the applicant to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A24, standard rezoning 23-0782. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. And lastly, item A25, standard rezoning 23-0828. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the October 16th, 2023 ZHM hearing. And that concludes our withdrawals and continuances.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, let me start by going over our hearing procedures for tonight's hearing. Our hearing today consists of agenda items that require a public hearing by a zoning hearing master. I'll conduct a hearing on each agenda item and will file a recommendation within 15 business days following tonight's hearing. Those recommendations are then sent to the Board of County Commissioners, who make the final decision. Our hearing is informal. I'll ask questions related to the scope of direct testimony. I may call and question witnesses as I deem appropriate, and I will decide all questions of procedure. Evidence may be presented in written form, and all testimony must be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used to supplement or explain other evidence, but shall not be sufficient alone to support a finding by me unless it would be admissible over objections in a civil action. Our order of presentation for tonight's hearing is as follows. Ms. Heinrich of the Development Services Department will give a brief introduction for each agenda item. Then we'll go to the applicant. The applicant and their team has 15 minutes to make their presentation. Next up, the Development Services staff planner that was assigned the case will have 5 minutes to explain the county staff report and position. Next, the Planning Commission also has 5 minutes to present their findings of consistency of the application with the county's comprehensive plan. We'll then go to proponents, anyone who would like to speak in favor of an application. Total proponent presentation time is 15 minutes. The same is true next when we go to opponents, anyone who would like to speak against an application. Everyone combined, total time, 15 minutes. We'll then circle back to the Development Services Department to allow them the opportunity in 5 minutes to comment or make any changes to their staff reports or findings based on tonight's testimony. And then finally, the last word is had by the applicant, who has 5 minutes for a rebuttal to address any items that they choose. Regarding the time for proponents and opponents, I think we have some folks here that want to speak one way or the other. That 15 minutes is calculated by a show of hands. So we have people in the room that want to speak, and we also have people that are participating virtually. So when it is that portion of the hearing, I will ask you to raise your hand if you want to speak in favor, for instance. We will count a show of hands, and we will divide the number of people that want to speak with the 15 minutes total time to allow everyone an equal opportunity to speak. If you have a spokesman and you'd like to use that, sometimes that's a more efficient way of time. Otherwise, we will try to get to everybody what we can, but we have a full agenda tonight, and I need to keep with the time frames. When you're here to speak, either if you're in the room or online, when you come up to the podium or if you're online, please start by giving us your name and address for the record. We are recording this hearing, and we want to make sure that we get your name and address appropriate to the case you are testifying about. If you are in the room, once you're finished speaking, if you could see Michael, he's at the end of the dais, he's with the clerk's office. He is keeping a log, and so when you're done speaking in the room, if you could head over to him and sign in also with your name, address, and the case number that you're speaking about. If we're in the midst of the hearing and, for instance, the applicant comes back up, it's only necessary to give us your name. We have a transcript running with the court reporter, and that helps them know who is speaking at what time in parts of the hearing. Now, with that, let me turn to the county attorney, Ms. Dorman, who will provide the legal requirements which govern your participation at the Board of County Commissioners meeting. Ms. Dorman.
Good evening. Mary Dorman from the County Attorney's Office. Tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is the time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present testimony and evidence. The evidence presented tonight will become the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is a public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will make a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its November 7th, 2023 land use meeting. When considering applications, the board will only review the record created at tonight's hearing and the recommendation made by the land use hearing officer for each application. The land use hearing officer will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight by November 9th, 2023. The Board of County Commissioners has established a policy that directs which rezoning and major modification applications are to be placed on the consent agenda at the board's land use meeting. Applications that propose to add density outside the urban service area, applications that are on roadways with a failing level of service, and applications that have had evidence or testimony provided to the record by non-applicant parties of record either prior to or at the public hearing tonight are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. Applications which do not have consistent recommendations of approval or denial are also not qualified to be placed on the consent agenda. The board shall allow public testimony by parties of record at its meeting to consider the land use hearing officer's recommendation for any item on the regular agenda. Any public testimony shall be limited to the record of the proceedings before the land use hearing officer unless additional evidence has been found admissible in accordance with section 10.03.04D of the Land Development Code. A party of record is an individual who fits into at least one of the following four categories. First, an individual who is present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, an individual certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, an individual who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days prior to tonight's hearing. Or fourth, an individual who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. Again, the content of oral argument before the board shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the land use hearing officer tonight. It is the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board, and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure that all information you wish the board to consider at its public meeting is entered into tonight's record.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dorman. I appreciate it. As I mentioned, all testimony must be under oath. So if you plan to speak tonight, if you could please stand and raise your right hand, and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. Please sit down. All right, Ms. Heinrich, then we're ready to call the first case.
Our first item is item B1, Standard Rezoning 23-0203. This is a remand application for you to hear. Chris Greenlenard with Development Services will provide staff findings after a presentation by the applicant.
Is the applicant here? Please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Susan Swift. I'm a planning director for Boggs Engineering and Boggs Design Partners. And if you'll bear with me with my...
If you want that, you can pull that microphone towards you, and it's a little easier with your graphics.
Great. There you go. Again, my name is Susan Swift, Boggs Design Partners and Boggs Engineering, address 607 South Alexander Street in Plant City, and I'm representing our client, Man Capital Management, LLC. We have revised our application to request the rezoning from AR to CNR, and we've submitted those restrictions, and also still requesting a waiver to the locational criteria. The existing conditions, and I will go over these briefly, it's residential 4, future land use. It is currently AR zoning. It's in the Notasassa area plan, and it's in the urban service area and also in an opportunity zone for the county. We are requesting the revised application with 2 restrictions: a list of uses, restricted uses, that includes only permitted uses that are allowed in CN, even with some exceptions, no conditional uses, no gas stations, drive-throughs, bars, liquor stores, adult uses, or colleges or universities. And we've provided that list into the record. We are also agreeing to an enhanced buffer, a 30-foot type C buffer that would be adjacent to portions of the east, west, and the south boundary that abut residential or AR zoning district. Just an overview to show this 301 corridor runs over a mile from I-75 up to Fowler. And you may recall that there is quite a mishmash of future land use plan designations in this area, and even more of a mishmash of zoning categories in this area. I think the point being for this application is all the way from Jefferson up to Fowler. It's probably over a mile. I believe every other property on both sides of 301 is either zoned for commercial or is an office or accessory use to a mobile home park, or has a commercial use on it. I believe this is the only property in a mile on both sides that is not zoned for commercial or has a commercial use, except for the Memorial Gardens. This is also in the urban services area now. That was amended a few years back, and this area was actually added. So the trend for more intense uses has been acknowledged in the plan for this area, because this was an expansion. And then on the right, this site is right smack in the middle of the county, one of the county's opportunity zones. And one of the Planning Commission's objections to this was based on the fact that this map is not in the plan. It may not be in the plan, but the Board of County Commissioners has adopted this in other documents as an opportunity zone, and that is their policy, to encourage this as an opportunity zone. So, all other departments have now, since we added the restrictions, all other departments, with the exception of the Planning Commission, are in support of this or have no objections. There are numerous plan policies that I put in the record before. I've rearranged them a little bit to focus on a few of them. One talks about employment centers, and that would range within a mile of I-75, and this is right about at a mile from I-75. Again, it's in an opportunity zone, and a few policies regard the matching of road speed, width, and freight with adjacent land uses. And that should apply, policy should apply vice versa as well. The land uses on this section of 301 should not be single-family residential. And with the current entitlement, it allows one unit on the 1 5-acre lot that our client has. Even if it were rezoned within the residential 4, it would only have 4 single-family lots. In my 40 years of experience plus, I would not have ever recommended that 4 single-family lots of 1 acre go between a 5-story hotel and conference center, an office building on a road like 301, regardless of what the other uses are surrounding it. As I said, the Planning Commission is the only one still objecting to this rezoning, and I think there are many reasons that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The CNFAR is actually lower than the residential 4 land use category. As I mentioned, it's on Highway 301. I'll get to the locational criteria on a couple of slides from now, but it meets all the locational criteria requirements except for one. And it's consistent with the plan. And I do think that the plan intends to balance economic development and neighborhood protection policies. And as you'll see, the locational, if there was ever an instance for a waiver to the locational criteria, I think this case is one of those. And I think it's for this type of case that a waiver even exists that you can apply for, because the geography of this is a bit different. There are only 3 lots on this entire block, and one's approved for, as I said, a 5-story hotel, and the other one has an existing office building. So it complies with, I won't read all these, but it complies with all the criteria in the locational criteria requirements in the plan, with the exception of one. And that one says that even though this property is within 900 feet of the eligible intersection, that the footnote to that criteria says 75% of that property frontage has to be also within 900 feet. That is the waiver we're requesting. As I mentioned, there are many reasons. Most of this, the highway, the uses around it, with the exception of the 4 lots to the south, which are zoned residential, the east and west sides are zoned agricultural. They can have non-residential uses, which are much more impactful. As I also mentioned, that the fact that there's only 3 lots on this block face also, so both sides are commercial, but this lot is not, because part of it is too far from the intersection. And, you know, this is a regional area. There are regional roadways all around this. It's contrary to the Planning Commission's concern. They are concerned that there are intense uses in this CN and even the CNR that we've proposed. And we disagree with that. We think that CN is compatible. I think in my last presentation, I showed some 72 locations where CN abutted residential or single-family residential. There's about 1,000 feet from here, there's actually a teeny little CN that's completely surrounded by residential. So there are many examples of that. And the whole idea of neighborhood commercial is that it's compatible with neighborhoods. I think the fact that we have limited the uses severely and provided quite an enhanced buffer, that concern should be mitigated. I can also show this, which you probably can't see, but it's in the record. There are a lot of dimensions, and there actually is a residence just south of the 5-story hotel and conference center that was approved, and I think I failed to point that out last time. So this is the 5-story hotel, this is the site, and there are not only a hotel and conference center, but it's at a higher FAR, and there are also self-storage facility approved as an option in that PD. As I mentioned, we believe this is consistent. It's a lower FAR than the comp plan even allows. We think this is a perfect example of a situation where a waiver to the locational criteria is appropriate. And I'm getting to the end. It is compatible with the surrounding uses. The restrictions, I think, mitigate that, as I said before. The 30-foot buffer with the wall mitigates any compatibility issues if there were concerns about that. These uses are not intense. Intense was what was said about them. And as I said, these requirements and the uses exceed the land development code. The buffer exceeds the land development code, so it's consistent with the land development code. It's compatible with the plan, and it's consistent with the plan, and it is compatible with the surrounding area. And then, just finally, I would say that by policy, and I noted the policies earlier, by FAR, a lower FAR, the 0.2 in CN versus the larger that's allowed in the residential for land use, by the dimensional regulations of the CN themselves, which are much lower than the PD next door, by the restricted use list that we submitted, and by the buffer. This seems that it is compatible and compatible with the area, consistent with the plan, and complies with the code. I think a rezoning on this site is not going to allow intense uses, which was the basis of the staff Planning Commission staff's objection. The location itself, as I mentioned, is a little unique. It's big enough for a CN use. It's on a U.S. highway that is an arterial. Not only the site characteristics, there's no environmental areas on this. Site characteristics are appropriate for CN or CNR uses. And then all of the commercial up and down this corridor show that this is an economic driver area, and it's not meant to have 4 single-family homes on US 301. And I'm here to provide any questions, answers to any questions.
So my first question was, that's a pretty extensive list of what is permitted as initially, so my question was what is not, and you answered that in your PowerPoint presentation, so thank you. And secondly, I think in my mind, as I read this when it was here the first time and the staff reports for tonight, the concern is not so much, in my mind, the frontage of the property and the adjacent, as it's adjacent to the west to CN and the east to PD, but the rear of the property adjacent to those residential parcels. So now the new condition that talks about the 30-foot wide buffer. My question is this. So that would seem to apply, given to how it's written, to the southern piece, right? But also the west, south, and eastern portions. So my question is, from a development area, what's left? Is that parcel even developable to the south? If you take 60 feet of buffer on both sides and then 30 feet up towards the north from the south.
Yes.
Is there anything left to develop one of the uses that you've provided in this
It's a
list?
5-acre lot. Yes, there is ample room to develop these are retail uses. I mean, a bookstore and those kinds of things. There's nothing intense, or could be large, could be small, but obviously, 5 acres is more than adequate to construct any of these uses.
Okay.
And
thank you so much.
the property to the west, I think, is evidence of that. It's a smaller property, and it has an office building on it.
All right. Thank you for that. That was
Thank
my
you.
only question. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in with the clerk's
Yes.
office. Thank you. Development Services.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Chris Graulenard with Planning with Development Services. Here to present remand application 23-203. The applicant requested the remand from the August 8th Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. The applicant has offered restrictions for this remand. The approximate 5.0 acre single-family residence parcel is zoned AR, agricultural rural. The subject property is located at 11315 North Highway 301 in Thonotosassa. The area consists of single-family residential and commercial. The subject parcel is directly adjacent to single-family residential, zoned RSC 4H, MH to the south. To east, the parcel is adjacent to a vacant commercial property, zoned PD, and a single-family residential property zoned AR. To the west, the parcel is adjacent to commercial, zoned CN, and single-family residential zoned AR. The subject parcel is designated residential 4 on the future land use map. As stated previously, Development Services has compatibility concerns with the single-family residential adjacent to the southeast and west. While the parcel to the east and west are both commercial as well, they do not encroach as far into the residential area. The subject parcel is surrounded on 3 sides by single-family residential. Therefore, the proposed zoning would extend potential impacts within the commercial district much further into the adjacent residential area. To address the compatibility concerns that we have, the applicant has offered the following restrictions. A 30-foot wide Type C buffer shall be provided on the property lines abutting agricultural, rural, and residential zoning districts. And number 2, the uses permitted on the subject site shall be restricted to the list in the record, which I will not, such a long list, I'm not gonna go into it. It's omitted, but it's in the record. The restrictions limit the uses to low-intensity commercial uses. The applicant has restricted the parcels from such uses as gas stations and restaurants with drive-up facilities. In addition, the proposed 30-foot wide Type C buffer will provide adequate buffering and screening towards the abutting residential zoning districts. In the opinion of Development Services, these restrictions mitigate the compatibility concerns that we have. Based on the residential 4 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses for the commercial neighborhood restricted district, staff finds the request approvable with the restrictions. That concludes my staff report, and I'm glad to answer any questions you might have.
I do, just
Sure.
one, and that is the type C buffer that's
Yes.
required. What does that include?
It includes a wall, an 8-foot wall.
8 foot,
Oh wait, not 8 foot, 6 foot, I'm sorry.
okay. 6-foot wall. And
Yeah,
is
and
there
that's-
also planting requirements?
Buffering and screening, that's the same kind of buffering that's used in like industrial areas. I mean, they're offering something that's pretty above what they would normally would have to provide.
All right. Thank
So
you
that's
so
why
much.
we, along with the uses that were restricted, we found that suitable.
Understood. All right. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Go to the Planning Commission.
Good evening, Zoning Hearing Master. This is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. The subject property is in the residential 4 future land use category. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the Thonotosassa Community Plan. Though there are several commercial uses along North US Highway 301, the remaining range of uses that were not included in the restrictions would not be compatible with the residential uses located directly to the west, south, and east of the subject site. Although the applicant has also committed to enhanced buffering techniques, the proposed request would not allow for harmonious activities and uses adjacent to the surrounding area of the subject site and is inconsistent with policy direction for growth in the urban service area. The proposed rezoning does not meet the intent of future land use element objective 16 and its associated policies regarding neighborhood protection. Planning Commission staff recognize that North US Highway 301 is an arterial roadway. However, there are established residential properties that abut the subject site to the west, south, and east. There is a residential neighborhood that extends south across Ripley Road as well. The proposed CNR uses would allow for the possibility of adverse impacts on these existing residential areas. The subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria as defined in future land use element objective 22, as it's not within the required distance from the qualified intersection. Planning Commission staff have reviewed the materials for the waiver request and do not recommend that the Board of County Commissioners grant a waiver to the established locational criteria. Although the site is located in an area with several other commercial uses, Planning Commission staff have compatibility concerns with the range of proposed CNR uses that would be allowed next to the established residential areas directly southwest and southeast. Goal 4 of the Thonotosassa Community Plan seeks to provide for commerce and jobs in a manner that protects community identity. The location, type, and size of new businesses should fit in the surrounding area. Although the proposed rezoning would bring commerce to the area, its size and full range of allowable uses would threaten the existing community's identity and housing. A rezoning to CNR would allow for development for commercial uses that are incompatible with the neighborhoods located directly west, south, and east of the subject site and would therefore not be consistent with the intent of the goals in the community plan. And based on these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed rezoning is inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Ms. Massey, let me just ask a follow-up question, and that is, I've read the staff report. So the uses that obviously they limited some out of the CN list, but the uses that remain, are there a handful that you have a concern, that the Planning Commission has a concern about, or is there one, is there any particular one that is objectionable to the Planning Commission that might change their recommendation?
Madam Hearing Master, I wasn't at the case planner on this particular report, but my understanding in our discussions is that it's more so what you mentioned before, which is just in general the concerns about the rear of the property and the range of uses in general that could potentially abut up to these existing single-family developments. And I guess it was felt that, even with the 30-foot screening on a 5-acre parcel, which is fairly large, just didn't feel that that was still adequate enough to mitigate for any adverse impacts.
Okay, understood. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. All right, at this time, we'll call for anyone that would like to speak in support. Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? No one. No one online, I assume? Okay.
Hello?
Is there someone online that would like to speak?
Yes, hi. I'm on the phone. This is Kathy. I'm a resident from the South Creek community in question.
Okay, hold on just 1 second. We have to have you on camera. So let me ask.
I apologize. I can't necessarily do that because I'm calling you guys from my vehicle. I just got off work.
There is a requirement, Ms. Dorman, let me ask for you to weigh in, but there is a requirement that to verify that it's you, that the county requires if you're going to participate virtually, you must be on camera. Am I?
Okay, if I give you my residence, will that count?
That's correct, Madam Hearing Officer.
Yes, I apologize, but that is the policy of the county that we must have a visual of you to protect that and legitimize the testimony. So sorry that you are unable to participate. Is there anyone else online that would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this request? All right, seeing no one, we'll go back to Development Services. Ms. Heinrich, anything further?
Nothing further, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Swift, you have the last word. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you very much. Just a few points. The area across Ripley Road is residential, but it is residential 12. It is much higher density than, and it's across the street from the residences that abut this site. We did ask the Planning Commission staff in writing and in our last discussion which uses were objectionable, and they couldn't give us any that were. And when I rephrased it, is there any use list that would make this compatible in your mind? And they said no. So that was a discussion. We've asked several times what on this list of mostly retail uses that serve neighborhoods are objectionable. And there is apparently no small list that would make this CNR work in their mind. I think there was one other. I think that kind of covers it.
Okay,
Thank
thank you
you
for that. I appreciate it. So with that, we'll close rezoning 23-0203, the remand, and we'll go to the next case.
Our next case is item C1, standard rezoning 23-0082. This is a request to rezone property from RSC 6 to CGR. ISS Brown with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening, Hearing Officer Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. I do have a PowerPoint for you. Is that
Okay.
up for you?
Yes, I see.
Okay, there we are. This site is located in the Lutz area, just north of Sunset Point Road, as you can see here. This is the site as the property appraiser has it on North US Highway 41. The issue is RSC 6 to CGR for 0.82 acres. We have a number of restrictions. One is that the rear 156 feet would only be used for stormwater retention and septic, which is approximately 31% of the site. The other is restriction of uses, which is no fast food stores, no C-store with gas, no motor vehicle repair. So the area restricted, as you can see, is 156 feet, more or less. That reduces and eliminates impacts on residential, which is primarily to the rear. There is one to the south. So these would be the areas that are reduced because of that restriction. There's also a 20-foot right-of-way between the property and the northern properties, which only the rear residential. I'll also note to you that the property to the north, where the word residential RES is, we've just found out one woman who we met with did have concerns. Our understanding is that she sold her home and there's a new owner there. We have not heard from that owner. We did meet with residents, which mostly consisted of a few folks of the Lutz Citizen group, and Ms. Vanasco, who again, Ms. Vanasco, as I was checking records today, is no longer the owner on that north property. Of course, on this site of CG, we require 20-foot B screening and buffering, so it would provide a substantial buffer to the north residential. We've had no contact with the resident on the south, tried to reach out a couple times, not been able to reach anyone in that regard. So we have not heard from anyone else other than a few of the Lutz Citizens group organization. So located on North US Highway 41, it is a 6-lane divided highway. It carries 39,500 vehicles per day. It's obviously a major arterial roadway. It's also a dedicated truck route under Hillsborough County. The Lutz Community Plan recognizes Highway 41 as a substantial north and south access between counties. So it is a very busy road. It's a very high capacity road and one of the few that run north-south through the county. Under the future land use map, we're R6, which allows for suburban commercial, offices, multi-purpose, and mixed-use development. Under the zoning map, we have CG abutting to the north, and then across the street is PD 00-0303. A little zooming a little bit further out, a 7-Eleven under CG use has been approved, and a CN for Walgreens to the south. And further to the north is a even stronger trend of CG along 41. Now the PD across the street is 18-06, was actually, I'm sorry, this is correct, 18-0640, 75,000 square feet for office, sit-down restaurant, specialty retail, drugstore, and childcare. So that's a very intensive use right across the street as well. The Planning Commission notes that community design component, goal 12, and objective 12.1 indicate the new development should recognize the existing community pattern. We would submit to you, looking at the zoning along 41, is a very, very strong trend of CG and commercial uses. And in that analysis, there's no mention of the Highway 41 intensity of truck routes and the high vehicle use, which is referred to, of course, as a highway. Planning Commission also notes and indicates that this would be encouraging utilization of urbanization of the rural area. Our contention is clearly by the zoning maps and the approvals in the immediate area, it already is urbanized and urbanized quite well. Now the location criteria is interesting looking at this site. We did submit a waiver, and that's based upon the development pattern, development trend, and the intensity of Highway 41, which is major arterial. But it's about 35 to 38 feet short of the distance requirement under the locational waiver. In fact, the distance for the locational criteria, or the distance that it refers to, actually lands on the property. But as you heard in the prior case, requires the full property to be covered. And again, we're very, very short. So while the Planning Commission placed a lot of emphasis, or placed some emphasis, on not meeting locational criteria, we come very close to it, exceptionally close in this circumstance. Policy 16.3, which the Planning Commission refers to, notes that development and redevelopment shall be integrated with adjacent land uses through creation of like uses. We have CG abutting to the north, strong CG and commercial uses right across the street and to the south. Mitigation of adverse impacts, we've added a lot of restrictions, most specifically to buffer the residential uses to the rear, to the north, and to the south. And the, again, Planning Commission looks at locational criteria, which which I've discussed with you. Development Services notes on the staff report the site is surrounded by single-family agricultural business professional, office, and commercial general types. They looked at the issue of access, which we've had a lot of communication back and forth with FDOT and the county, which has kind of gone back and forth. But the zoning department notes that if access was assured to be provided to 41, which at this point it's not, that the staff could find the request compatible with the proposed restrictions. We've had a lot of catch-22s with transportation. Basically, DOT is concerned about spacing issues, and the other concern is high volumes to the north. So neither way is very positive as we talk to FDOT and we talk with the county. Going to the north would involve all the Lutz Elementary School traffic, which circulates through and out the Highway 41. Transportation notes express concerns with that intersection and that route because it carries high volumes for the school. When 41 was expanded, a access point or an expanded access point was placed at the site on the right-of-way, as you can see. But getting mapping from EPC going to the north would go directly through a wetland area. These are a series of mappings from EPC that show wetlands would be destroyed moving through in that direction. So at this point, we've had a lot of discussions with FDOT, and in those discussions going back and forth, and the county is not happy about it, and of course that drags the other departments down. But we feel the site should be evaluated under a zoning basis as a standard condition, because even the transportation department notes that generally for projects with Euclidean zoning designation, a project's potential transportation impacts are evaluated at the time of plat, site, construction, plan review, but those issues, in my opinion, got way ahead of a standard rezoning, as I just showed you in the comments from the Transportation Department. So in summary, we've done a really great job on restricting and shaping this application to be compatible with and meet the uses, zoning, and approvals in immediate vicinity. Sites also significantly characterized as non-residential by Highway 41, the locational criteria, and US 41 zoning and vehicle or arterial roadway, and land use criteria that do support the application. So with that, Mr. Bernstein, who is the property owner, he'll take a few minutes.
All right, and then I have a question whenever you'd like me to do that. Good afternoon, sir. Good evening.
Hello, Mike Bernstein, 19537 Deer Lake Road. I'm partners on the property with my son. We're trying to get rezoned. Todd, can you pull up the picture that shows a piece of property south right next to us? You can see that all the cars were there.
There you go.
There it is. Okay, that's good. When we purchased the property, we were thinking about building our office there. And we wanted to make sure that we were going to be good neighbors to the people surrounding us. We had a meeting in our office so we can listen to their concerns and everything else. That's one of the reasons why, like Todd was saying, that we did reduce the zoning back where the two residence homes were at, so that would be a lot more greenery right behind their homes. And I even told them now I would work with them, whatever kind of fence, that we can make it that they'd be happy with as far as that goes. First thing we did when we purchased the property, we went in there and we took like 6 loads of trash off the property, found all kinds of needles and everything from people living back there and everything else. Nobody complained about that, but we did clean that up. If you look at the piece of property south of us, You can see there's a house in the back, which they've been operating a business back there, working on cars and vehicles and everything else, which I don't think anybody's really complained about that because they haven't seen it, as far as that goes. But that is to the south of us. Like I said, the people north of us, we did try to cut the zoning back when we were talking to them. Some of the comments that they gave us at the meeting that we had in my office was that our one septic tank that we were going to put there was going to help make their wells more polluted than what they were now. And I tried to explain to them that if we did put houses back there, it'd be many more septic tanks than our just one small one right there. As far as that goes, we'd have to put it back to where the state says there'll have to be a mound as far as that goes, so that should not be a concern. The second concern, another concern they had, was a backup from the Lutz Elementary School. We would not make that any worse for the simple reason that is a 6-lane road. They only back up on the first lane. We would have 2 more lanes just to go right by it, so we would not impact on that whatsoever as far as that goes. Also, going back to DOT, when we purchased the property, it was my understanding, if you look at each one of the pieces of property with the partial numbers, DOT, when they 6-lane the road, they put everybody's cut in already for them. So we felt like that we should be basically grandfathered in, so there shouldn't be a problem, or they never would have put the cut in there as far as that goes. We would probably have less vehicles coming in and out of our office than if we were to put multiple housing back there in the area that would be running 7 days a week, where my office is only open Monday through Friday from approximately 8 to 5, and we're not there in the evenings whatsoever, so there's not going to be any noise as far as that goes. So I don't think that would be a impact, whatsoever. And then we got the people that work on the cars next. And then another thing that we feel like that really makes it that we fit in, would be compatible with the area. The county commission just approved about 100 yards south of us a new 7-Eleven gas station. So we think we'd be less of an impact than what that is as far as that goes. As far as them saying that, there should be houses built there, I totally disagree. I live there in Lutz, right off a county line and Highway 41. I have to listen to a train that comes by there multiple times in the middle of the week, anywhere from 4:30 to 6:30 in the morning, which would be right out in front of this piece of property. I could not imagine anybody wanting to live next to a train that rings its horn every morning multiple times going right through downtown Lutz as far as that goes, plus living next to the gas station. We just feel like that we want to be good neighbors. That's one of the reasons why we had the meeting. The one lady who was right next to us, the house that would be right next to us as far as that goes, that we would impact the most, she sold her house. I don't know if it had anything to do with us or not, but that was one of the reasons why her concern was that build too close to the house. We changed that basically for her as far as that goes, to be a good neighbor. And it would still work for us too. So we would both be happy as far as that goes. We just feel like that we would fit the neighborhood with the new building there, instead of having a vacant lot that people are going to be consistently dumping trash there, sleeping back there and everything else. That's not going to change unless there's building on those properties right there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you could please sign in.
Thank you.
Mr. Pressman, did that complete your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go back to the DOT issue. So the conversation with DOT about direct access to 41, the staff report in the transportation section says they're not going to grant it. Is that your understanding?
My understanding is that they're not going to prove it to, at this point, we were not able to get a meeting with DOT until mid-October. But at the same time, there's a catch-22 going to the north because DOT has grave concerns about doing that as well. So it's a standoff, and it's a catch-22. DOT also requires a site plan. This is a standard zoning. We don't have a site plan. So we've been trying to work one way or the other. Clearly, access has to be gained one way or the other way. It's either going to be through wetlands and FDOT concerns to the north, or it's going to be through FDOT concerns on 41.
All right, thank you. That was my only question. Appreciate it. All right, go to Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Isis Brown, Development Services. This is case 23-0082, standard rezone. The request is to rezone existing RSC 6 parcel, approximately 1.24 acres, to commercial general with restrictions. The proposed restrictions permits commercial office and personal services development on a lot containing a minimum square footage of 10,000. The applicant has offered some restrictions. Okay. The site is located on the east side of North US Highway 41 in Lutz, within the residential 6 future land use category. The subject site is outside of the urban service area with publicly owned and operated potable water and wastewater, which is actually on the east right-of-way on US Highway 41. The site does not meet locational criteria. The Planning Commission staff has found that the request is inconsistent due to other compatibility concerns. The parcel immediately to the north is zoned CG and BPO. The subject parcel is not similar in configuration to the adjacent CG zoned property to the north and abuts a significant amount of RSC zoned properties. To address the lot size and lot configuration, transition, and compatibility concerns, the applicant has proposed the following. 1, the rear east portion, 156 feet, approximately 156 feet, be reserved and conditioned only to allow for retention, stormwater, and septic use. And 2, the following uses will be prohibited on the subject site, which includes fast food restaurants with drive-through, convenience store, with or without gas station sales, and motor vehicle repair type uses. Transportation review staff has had some objections to the intensification of the site due to the concerns as outlined in their report. The zoning development services, if direct access to US 41 could be granted in the future in conjunction with the above listed proposed site layout and restrictive site uses, maybe the request may be more favorable and supportable. However, without access to US 41, direct access to the site would be restricted to a First Street southeast, which is to the north of that property, mid-north coming in. If access was assured provided from US 41, staff could find the compatibility with the proposed restrictions. However, given that access issues as outlined within staff reports and concerns, Development Services finds the request not supportable at this time.
Ms. Brown, let me just ask you, I was handed a revised staff report.
Yes.
And I don't readily see what the revision is, if you could just point me to that.
Sure. On page 1, the FAR,
I see.
on the very top. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And per 6.01.01 with future land use, Res 6, the FAR is 0.25 and not 0.27.
Okay, so those calculations were corrected.
Correct.
Okay, I
Yes,
see.
ma'am.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That was my only question. All right, Planning Commission.
Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. The subject property is in the residential 6 future land use category. It is in the rural area and located within the limits of the Lutz Community Plan. Objective 4 of the future land use element notes that 20% of growth in the region will occur in the rural area. Future land use element policy 4.1 characterizes the rural area as low-density, large lot, residential uses, and long-term agricultural uses that can exist without the threat of urban or suburban encroachment. A rezoning to CG would directly conflict with this policy, as the range of uses would allow for encroachment into the residential area located to the east of the site. The proposed rezoning does not meet the intent of the neighborhood protection policies under future land use objective 16. The policies under this objective aim to establish that communities should be protected from incompatible land uses through mechanisms related to locational criteria, limiting commercial development in residential land use categories, and requiring the use of buffer areas between unlike land uses. Despite the proposed restrictions, the proposed rezoning from RSC 6 to CG would not reflect a development pattern that is consistent with the character of the surrounding area. The subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria as defined in future land use element objective 22, as it is not located within the required distance from the qualifying intersection. Staff reviewed the request for a waiver and did not identify any unique circumstances that would lend support to a waiver. Although the subject site is abutting CG, the proposed rezoning would allow for potential uses that would encroach into the existing single-family residential neighborhood due to the shape and size of the lot. Therefore, staff recommends that the board not grant the waiver. The Lutz Community Plan vision desires to retain existing and encourage new commercial uses that are geared towards serving the daily needs of area residents in a manner that complements the character of their community. Residents also desire to maintain the area of low-density, semi-rural community. The proposed rezoning would directly conflict with the residential character located to the east of the subject site. The proposed subject site sits outside the desired area for commercial development in the commercial zoning nodes where new development is encouraged. The property is not within the 3 existing activity nodes along US Highway 41, located in Lutz's historic downtown area to New Burger Road, Crystal Lake Road to Sunset Lane, and in the Crenshaw Lake Road area. The proposed rezoning conflicts with this policy direction, as well as the established locational criteria for non-residential uses in the residential 6 future land use category. And based on these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed rezoning is inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. At this time, we'll call for anyone who would like to speak in support, either in the room or online. Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? All right, I see one gentleman coming forward. While he's coming forward, is there either anyone else in the room or online that would like to speak in opposition?
There should be somebody online.
Okay, is that true? Can you verify that for me, please? Is there someone online?
We do not have anyone signed online for this item.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, sir, you give us your name and address.
Jay Muffley, 102 Fifth Avenue, Southeast Lutz. I live 1/2 block north of this property. I'm also with the Lutz Civic Association. On the CG, that's immediately to the north, that was a mom and pop motel that a large part of it disappeared with 41 being widened, and the rest of it fell in despair and was torn down a few years ago. And he's correct, First Street is a pond and a wetland setback area. The neighbors, us, the Lutz Civic Association, we support staff findings at this time. It's just a piece of property that's sitting there, and I just can't think of a really good use for it except residential. And the train does not bother me. A few years ago, they came out and they wanted to make Lutz a silent zone for a railroad, and Lutz said no. But we find this department recommends not supportable. Transportation Department objects, and it's not compatible. And with that, I will say good evening and thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in. All right, seeing no one else in opposition, we'll go back to Development Services. Ms. Heinrich, I neglected to call on either Mr. Ratliff or Mr. Perez if they wanted to weigh in. I assume they're available online.
Yeah, James Ratliff is the reviewer for transportation, and I was going to bring it up anyway because he does have a revision to his report.
Oh, perfect.
That he needs to put on the record, but he is the reviewer for this and is available for any questions.
Okay, Mr. Ratliff.
Yes, hello, good evening. James Ratliff, Transportation Review Section. I did want to place one correction to my staff report on the record. I believe there was a last-minute restriction that was offered that regarding the back portion. I can't remember how many feet it was, but the back so many 100 feet of in order to have no residential units on that portion of the property, and so therefore my staff report should have been revised to remove the 2 single-family detached dwelling units from the proposed uses table. So essentially the revised impact or the trip generation difference would be an increase of 3,975 trips, an increase in 382 AM peak hour trips, and an increase in 291 PM peak hour trips. So again, slightly less of an impact, but still a significant impact. And if I may just kind of respond to some of the testimony I heard earlier. And again, hopefully this is clear in my report, but every parcel has a right to access and the minimal beneficial use of property, which is generally considered to be one single-family dwelling unit. FDOT isn't saying that they won't honor that driveway connection that the property owner mentioned was put in when the road was widened. What DOT and the county are saying is that you don't have the right to intensify a property when you can't demonstrate the ability to meet minimum access management standards, which are designed to protect the safety and operational efficiency of the public roadway system. So for a residential development, certainly, and for that minimal beneficial use, or again, I'm not exactly sure what DOT's specific standards are for developing under its existing zoning, but certainly they would be able to utilize that US 41 access that DOT had put in. The issue here is that significant intensification of an additional 4,000 daily trips almost and 383 peak hour trips. And again, we don't believe it's good practice to grant additional intensity, which is likely unconstructable based on the known information in the record when it hasn't been demonstrated the ability to be able to be safely accessed. And again, our strongest regulatory position and DOT's position is to object to access that is not compliant or otherwise concerning at the time of zoning and not site subdivision. The applicant, was required to go meet with the DOT. That didn't happen. There's the possibility that additional, it might have been that they could have said, well, we could put conditions on the record if you go a PD route and are able to work with the other adjacent property owners to kind of figure out how you can all get together and share access between you. But again, that never happened. And so to come in under a Euclidean position where we're not able to evaluate those issues and DOT isn't able to request those conditions is what's leading us to our position of non-support tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Ratliff. And just to confirm, the DOT issue is it doesn't meet spacing. Is that right? Spacing standards?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ms. Heinrich, anything else before we move on?
No, ma'am.
All right. Then, Mr. Pressman, we'll go back to you for rebuttal. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, hearing officer. I'll keep this short. In regard, we appreciate Mr. Muffley coming down with the Lutz Group, but I think it's important to emphasize, as we know now, that we have not heard from a single abutting or even nearby owner. We worked very hard at that, and in regard to concerns of the staff reports of impacts, clearly it demonstrates, as we've noticed this site quite a number of times and the big yellow signs, that no one who could be impacted is here or is objecting. And as Mr. Bernstein said, I think it's important to place emphasis that what would be the best use for the site? Is it residential with a train running virtually through it with restrictions to the rear, with a strong commercial use along 41, 6-lane highway? That's why we came forward with CG, because we do believe if you take all those elements into account, this is the best use for the property. So we would ask you to consider your analysis your determination, your narrative on compatibility issues, on this site being supportable by CG. We think those are important comments for the Board of County Commissioners to see. We appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
And the staff. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Then we'll close rezoning 23-0082 and go to the next case.
Our next item is item C2, standard rezoning 23-0552. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from AR to CIR. Carol Ann Peddle with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right. And I believe the applicant is virtual. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. Good evening. If you could start by giving us your name and address, and I don't quite see you yet.
I'm up here in the...
There you are. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hi. Sure. Good evening, Madam Hearings Officer. My name is Linda Stewart. I'm a planner with Morris Engineering, representing the applicant, Everglades Farm Equipment. My office address is 6997 Professional Parkway in Sarasota, Florida, and I have been sworn. I have a PowerPoint that I will share with you. Can you see that okay?
I can.
Okay. The case number RZ-STD-23-0552 is for the property that's located adjacent to 2903 West 60 Highway, with the folio number noted and the PIN number as well. The size of the property is 5.4 acres. It's currently zoned agricultural rural and a future land use of R1, residential 1. In the rural service area and the East Rural Community Plan area, there are no overlays associated with this parcel. The zoning of the parcel, as I noted, is currently agricultural, and the request is to commercial intensive. The future land use is R1, which is compatible with the adjacent properties to the west and the north. To the east is OC-20, which is the parcels already owned by the Everglades Farm Equipment. And further to the west, as well as to the south, is public lands that are owned by Southwest Florida Water Management District. And also to the east is a future land use of AR. The request from rezoning to CI, it's located in the East Rural Community Planning Area. It's located in the rural service area with no overlays, and we have no specific approval requests for the rezoning. We have discussed with planning staff as well as the Planning Commission, and we've agreed to some use restrictions on the property for compatibility. The use restriction will be for sales, rental, and service of new or used farm, garden, and turf equipment only. The hours of operation will be limited Monday through Friday from 8 to 5, Saturday from 8 to noon, and closed on Sunday. And any proposed buildings that are to be placed on the property will be along the eastern property line with a minimum of 140 feet from the existing residential properties to the west of Rain Frog Lane. The property is going to have access through the existing Everglades Farm Equipment property. We did meet with FDOT and had discussions with them as for access out onto State Road 60, and we agreed that the access would be utilized from the existing access to the property to the east. State Road 60 is currently in design to be widened from 4-lane to 6-lane. The previous use of the property was for a neighborhood commercial use. It was for a berry farms and nursery. This use will be an expansion of the existing adjacent Everglades Farm Equipment property located at 2805 West 60 Highway in Plant City. We believe that this is compatible with the land use and the land development code, and staff has found this compatible, as well as Planning Commission. And we request your approval of this application and are available for any questions that you may have.
Yes, just to confirm for my understanding. So as I read the backup for this, this is next door is an existing John Deere dealership. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And this property is being used for the storage of equipment, and that's what necessitates the rezoning to make that a permitted use on this property. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So was that just are you under a code enforcement violation? How did this come to your attention?
No, it is not my understanding that they are under a code enforcement violation.
All right, we'll get to you just a second. All right. Okay, that was my only question. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. We'll go to Development Services.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Caroline Peddle, Development Services. This is standard rezoning 230552. The applicant requests to rezone the property from AR to CI with restrictions. The property has a future land use designation of R1, which permits residential densities up to 1 dwelling unit per acre and non-residential intensities up to a maximum FAR of 0.25. The surrounding subject parcels, surrounding the subject parcels, the future land use categories are R1, QP, OC20, and AR. The properties in the immediate vicinity are developed for residential and auto use sales. The adjacent parcel to the west abutting State Road 60 is owned by the applicant and zoned CI with the use of auto sales. Based on the considerations and proposed restrictions regarding hours of operation, setbacks, and uses, staff finds the proposed rezoning district CI with restrictions approvable.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Jillian Massey, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is in the Residential 1 Future Land Use category. It's in the rural area, and it is not located within the limits of a community plan. Policy 4.1 characterizes the rural area as low-density, large lot residential. The subject site is in the rural area, and the proposed rezoning of the parcel from AR to CIR is similar in character to the surrounding area, as there is an existing CI zoning to the east of the subject site. The intention of the rezoning is to rezone the subject site for commercial uses that are similar to those that are already in use adjacent to the site. Future land use element objective 16 and emphasizes the need for new developments to preserve, protect, and enhance existing neighborhoods and communities. Objective 17 of the future land use element allows for certain non-residential uses to be located and designed in a manner that is compatible to the surrounding residential development pattern. The proposed rezoning reflects a development pattern that is consistent with the surrounding area. Although the subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria, Policy 22.7 states that neighborhood commercial activities that serve the daily needs of residents in areas designated for residential development must be compatible with the surrounding existing development. The proposed rezoning is consistent with this policy direction. Agricultural-related commercial uses within the rural area are not subject to locational criteria for neighborhood serving commercial uses. Therefore, a waiver request is not required. Planning Commission staff's main concern with the proposed rezoning was compatibility, as it may be in too intense to be adjacent to existing single-family residential uses. The sales, rental, and service of new or used farm, garden, and turf equipment was added as a condition of approval, and Planning Commission staff believes that it was added as a restriction. My apologies. And the Planning Commission staff believes that the applicant has sufficiently addressed the compatibility concerns. And based on these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds that their proposed rezoning is consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Is there anyone that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Too soon. Anyone in support, either in the room or online? All right, seeing no one. Now, anyone who would like to speak in opposition, raise your hand. Let me get a count. So I have 2 in the room. Is there anyone online?
We have
Like
4
to-
people online.
4 people online, so 6. We'll do 3 minutes apiece, Michael. Let's start with the people in the room, unless you had an order in which you wanted to give presentation.
We do the young lady online, but she has classes to get to.
Yes, absolutely.
Molly Usher.
All right, Molly Usher, it's your turn. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Molly Usher, and my permanent residence is 5513 Rainfrog Lane, Plant City, Florida, which is adjacent to the property this hearing is about. I am currently a first-year student at the University of Florida studying microbiology and cell science on the pre-medical track. Just recently, I conducted a line transect sampling research study on Gopher's polyphemus population densities in Central Florida, which gained recognition by Florida State Science and Engineering Fair and provided me with a college and major-specific full-ride scholarship, as well as recognition by many researchers and environmentalists at the University of Florida that are interested in further investigation. One of the locations I analyzed was Medard Park, which is connected to the parcel in question. Upon completion of my research, it is evident that the population of these native keystone species is abundant in comparison to other Central Florida parks and locations. Through subjecting my results to both a t-test and confidence interval, it was identified the difference in the population is statistically significant. With this being said, keystone species are like the foundation to a house. Without them, our ecosystems would crumble. The gopher tortoise shares its burrows with over 350 other species, and without them, there would be a trophic cascade that would not only affect our native ecosystems, but the current state of our economy as well. Now, this applies simply because this land is currently zoned for agricultural use. However, the property began to be used as commercial use, and I want to make it clear it was being used as commercial property while the owners were aware it is zoned agricultural. There has been documented proof of tractors and numerous other equipment being parked on top of these gopher tortoise burrows. Now, these are federally protected species in which it is illegal to touch a gopher tortoise without a permit. Now, think about the fact these tractors are being parked on their burrows. Lastly, I would like to add there has already been a previous hearing about the rezoning of this property, and I believe it is disrespectful and a poor waste of time and resources to reopen an already recently addressed case. As a young person in this community trying to make the world better, I would hope you would do the same, and thank you very much for your time, and I hope you have a blessed rest of your day.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it. All right, if you want to come forward. Was that the only person that you wanted to go
Yeah,
in
she just
order?
had to get to class. And I
Perfect,
just
no
wanted to-
problem. If you give us your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Hoke. I live at 5513 Rainfrog Lane, CEO of Fixer Upper LLC and Vice President of Rainfrog Ranch. I stand before you here today as a homeowner in the community that is adjacent to the property in question. I am here in awe that 3 years to the day I am here again. Last time I was here to voice my strong opposition, all agencies also opposed. And if you want, you can see the report.
You can submit whatever documents you'd like into the record when you're finished.
All right. So basically that report says all agencies 3 years ago when we did this with another applicant opposed this. So what has changed, you ask? Our landscape has changed. Our peace of mind has changed. Everglades Equipment bought the property just after the prior owner failed at getting the zoning changed. However, this time the new owner, Everglades Equipment, just decided to operate without proper zoning and illegally expanded, which has encroached upon our land, decreased our peace, brought forth a range of disturbances, and has the potential to cause long-lasting harm to our community. Everglades Equipment, with its existing property, was grandfathered into our community, and we respected their presence as a responsible neighbor for many years. However, the recent acquisition of adjacent agricultural and rural land, subsequent expansion have raised significant concerns. The most concerning fact to me is that Everglades Equipment's utter and blatant disdain for the laws that this community relies on to ensure the safety and peace of mind for generations to come. Immediately after purchasing this parcel in question, it was business as usual for John Deere. They moved their 12-foot, 7,000-volt fence to the edge of the new property, graded it, and started running a commercially intensive business on Arizona land. Environmental impact, abiding by the law, asking the neighbors how they felt about it, nothing. What's most troubling for me is the precedent this sets. Our community has always valued responsible development and adherence to zoning regulations. Everglades Equipment's illegal expansion calls into question the commitments we have made for our land use to preserve our community. One of the most pressing issues we face is the construction of a towering fence with 7,000 volts of electricity running top to bottom, further than I can reach. I have a 4-year-old daughter that can actually reach, it's only 6 inches from the fence, okay? This fence was not only mars the natural beauty of our community, but also possesses a significant safety risk. We find it unacceptable and have such an unsightly, dangerous structure so close to our homes and properties. Moreover, the noise generated by Everglades Equipment's expanded operations is now uncomfortably close. Constant beeping, burglar alarms going off all weekend, ground rumbling deliveries, not to mention the eyesore of old machinery and tires. And I have pictures of all this. What was once a peaceful and tranquil neighborhood in which we watched deer grow up on this parcel has now been disrupted by a constant rumble and commotion infringing upon our peace and quiet and impacting our well-being. Another serious concern is the safety of our roads due to Everglades Equipment's activities. The deliveries, often haphazardly parked on the side of State Road 60, create dangerous traffic situations for our community. I've had to fix the mailboxes twice this year already. Employees drive the wrong way on 60 to use the brake in the...
If you could just wrap it up.
Okay. It's clear that Everglades Equipment expansion has crossed the line between responsible growth and encroachment on our community's character and safety. I respectfully request that you take action to mitigate these issues, ensure Everglades Equipment complies with our current zoning regulations, and protect our community from further encroachments our homes, our safety, and our quality of life depend on. Your decision and the precedent set by you, this board and you will have a long-lasting impact on our community for generations. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. If you could please sign in, and when you do, you can submit your written statements and photographs into the record. Next, please. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Gretchen Genrich Hoke. I reside at 5513 Rain Frog Lane. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm the founder of Rain Frog Ranch, a 501c3 nonprofit for equine therapy and a certified wildlife habitat. I stand before you today because of a complaint that I made, not because of a rezoning request filed by Everglades Equipment Group. I'm here to discuss a crucial issue that affects not only our beautiful state of Florida, but also the future of our environmental well-being and a remarkable but critically endangered species, the Florida panther. Okay, so my family has lived here for over 5 decades, and I have personally seen the panther on the land in question. And to see what has been allowed to the sensitive agricultural land that surrounds this conservation area is wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, we are under attack. I'm telling you. Now, Everglades Equipment Group, a company that bought agricultural land and operated it as a commercial property on its own accord after Hillsborough County had previously agreed it should remain agricultural land, has significant consequences as it disrupts the delicate balance of the ecosystem affecting the surrounding plants and animals. We must protect these sensitive ecosystems, which are crucial to the survival of our diverse wildlife. As you should know, agricultural land does play a crucial role in preserving our environment. It provides habitat for wildlife, including the Florida panther. And recent studies conducted by the University of Central Florida have confirmed the presence of the Florida panthers in this vicinity of Edward Bedard Park, to which the parcel in question is adjacent, and the stormwater runoff from this parcel flows directly into the conservation area. These findings underscore the critical importance of preserving this land for the continued survival of this critically endangered species and many others. In conclusion, I urge you all to support policies and initiatives that prioritize the preservation of Plant City's agricultural heartland and the protection of our critically endangered Florida panther. Hold Everglades Equipment accountable for their disrespect and bullying behavior. Let us be stewards of our land, ensuring a bright and sustainable future for our beloved city and its remarkable wildlife. Thank you for your attention, and let us stand together to safeguard Plant City's agricultural legacy, the future of the Florida panther, and our precious state of Florida.
Thank you for coming down. Please sign
Absolutely.
in. All right, so we have 3 citizens left online to testify. I don't know if anyone had a preference to go first. I have Molly Genrich, Charles Genrich, and Margaret Thompson, I believe.
I can go now.
All right, give us your name and address, please. Thank you.
My name is Molly Genrich. I live at 5521 Rain Frog Lane. I come before you as a native resident who has proudly called this area home for over 5 decades. I'm here to express my heartfelt opposition to the proposed rezoning of our cherished agricultural land. I don't understand this because almost 3 years ago to the date, we're attending a land use hearing that denied the request to rezone to CG, yet Everglades Equipment decided to go ahead. In the time that they have acquired this land, our landscape, peace, and tranquility have diminished. For generations, our community has thrived on the rural character and natural beauty that define this area. We have taken pride in our open spaces, our agricultural heritage, and the tranquility that surrounds us. This land, where we have put down roots and built our lives, is more than just a piece of real estate. It is our connection to our past, our present, and our future. My opposition to this rezoning is not based on fear of change, but on a genuine concern for the well-being of our community and the preservation of what makes it special. Here are some compelling reasons why I think it is imperative that we deny this rezoning proposal and restore this precious land from its current state as a new and used car and tractor lot. Preservation of rural character. Our community's rural character is a source of pride for all of us. Rezoning for intensive commercial use has dramatically altered the landscape and destroyed the very essence of what makes our area unique. There's noise and light pollution. The tranquility we have enjoyed for decades has been disrupted by noise and light pollution, adversely affecting our quality of life. Property values. For all of us, our homes are not just places to live, but also investments for our future. A rezoning of this nature will have a negative impact on property values, affecting our financial well-being. Transparency and community input. The way this has been done is not fair or transparent, and the voices of our community members have not been heard or respected. In conclusion, I implore you, esteemed members of the Planning Board, to consider the profound and lasting impact this rezoning decision has on our community. I urge you to take into account the concerns of those who have dedicated their lives to this area and to work with us to find a more balanced and sustainable approach that preserves our agricultural heritage, our environment, and the quality of life we hold dear. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please. Either Mr. Genrich or Ms. Thompson. Ms. Thompson, are you available?
Ms. Thompson, can you hear us? You are muted.
Sorry about that. I thought Mr. Genrich was going to go. Good evening. My name is Margaret Thompson. I'm 5507 Rain Frog Lane. My husband and I have lived here for 24 years, raising our family. And we moved here because we love the country. We oppose the rezoning of the Everglades property because, well, we don't like how this affects the environment, the habitat. We don't like the bright lights, the late night deliveries, these huge trucks and machinery. They rattle our windows. Alarms go off at all hours. And that 7,000 volt fence you've already heard about, there's only 6 inches between that those hot electric wires and the fence. And we actually have 5 grandchildren ranging in ages of 2 to 10 years of age. I suppose if one of them wandered down the road and put their little hands through the fence, would be irrevocable consequences. So if you grant this rezoning, you're saying to anyone that anyone could just buy property to expand their business, whether it encroaches on protected land meant for the panther or the gopher tortoise, various wildlife, agriculture use, excuse me, and ignore the laws. I don't know, just because they have a lot of money and they can get away with it. In other words, the laws are for thee and not for me. Or perhaps they weighed and measured the law and decided it was better to ask forgiveness rather than permission. We're pro-business, small business, entrepreneurialism, but this once former small business has become a leviathan. Did you know that Everglades boasts a whopping 18 locations on their website? They have governmental contracts with Hillsborough County Sheriff's Association, the state of Florida, and Sourcewell. Is this considered a possible conflict of interest? Cui bono? I honestly don't understand why we're doing this today because, as you've already heard, we've already gone through this process. We already have laws that on the books that forbid this. Not one person or agency considered the zoning change advantageous to our community 3 years ago. Yet this goes above and beyond what the previous owner wanted. Cui bono. It's a classic case of David versus Goliath. And who's considered here beforehand the impact on our environment, neighbors, rule of law? No one. They just did it. So this is forced upon us. Again, it's a slap in the face. 3 years to the day.
Ma'am, if you could wrap it up, that's past your time. If you could just wrap
Oh,
up your
sorry.
sentence. That's okay.
Okay. All right. Well, the growth and expansion of the Everglades Corporation by way of rezoning after the fact should never be at the expense of the peace and happiness of the environment, the habitat, or the neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. All right, last person is Mr. Genrich.
You hear me?
I can.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I think you've heard everything that I was going to talk about. I do know that Everglades Equipment moved onto their agriculture designated property.
Sir, can you identify yourself for the record and state your address?
Oh, I can do that. My name is Charles Genrich, 5521 Rain Frog Lane, Plant City, Florida. And I'm trying to look into this thing, but it's just not doing right for me. But everything everyone else has said, I just don't understand how Everglades could move into agriculture designated land, but I know how they did it. They did it illegally, for no concern for our neighborhood. The property they went to wanting to change is currently AR, and according to Hillsborough County's Table of Land Uses for Zoning Districts, AR or storage of equipment is prohibited. So, yeah, we have been putting up with the noise, the lights, the alarms, the delivery, the trucks, congestion at the end of our road, and all of that. I just think this property is AR, should remain AR, and should be used in accordance with AR. And that's it.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your testimony. All right, that closes opposition portion of the hearing. We'll go back to Development Services. Ms. Heinrich, any comments?
The only thing I would add for you to take into consideration, I looked in and there was a previous rezoning for this property. It was under 20-0868, and it was withdrawn by the applicant.
And that was for CG?
Correct.
Yeah.
With no restrictions.
All right, so it never went to the board, they withdrew it?
It did not.
I see, okay, thank you. And if I forgot to ask Ms. Petal while she was testifying, there was a revised staff report for this case, and if you could just point me to the revisions.
For this revised staff report, I believe the community plan area was corrected to NA. It is not in a community plan area.
I see, okay.
I think that's it. Yeah.
All right, thank you so
Caroline's saying
much.
yes.
Okay, all right, perfect, thank you very much. All right, we'll go back to the applicant who has 5 minutes for rebuttal. Ms. Stewart.
Yes, again, this is Linda Stewart for the record. We have not had a protected species survey done on the property. That is normally done during development permitting time. And when a protected species survey is completed, it will indicate whether or not there are any turtles, gopher tortoises on the property, or if any panthers happen to come across, if it's a known panther habitat pathway. If there are any protected species, that will be taken care of through the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission with appropriate permits that would be obtained at the time. This property was a previous farm and nursery. It was Berry Blue Farm that was located on the property. This hasn't always been a vacant piece of property. The county has asked for a 20-foot wide type B buffer to be placed along Rain Frog Lane, and that is located within the staff report, and the applicant has no objection to this buffer being placed along Rain Frog Lane. Retention areas are part of the development process, and they will be engineering and designing a retention area for all on-site stormwater retention. They're required to maintain and construct this, and they have to contain the first 20% of runoff on the site before anything is allowed to be discharged. And that is permitted through the Southwest Florida Water Management District, and that will be also taken care of during design permitting. Review and engineering plans and calculations will be submitted to the county for review. I understand that there's some concerns, and I will speak with the applicant about deliveries and alarms. I am not aware of any of these issues. I have not had any correspondence from anybody prior to this hearing. And with that, I hope I have answered all of your questions. Oh, and we were not, one last thing, we were not the previous applicant that came in, that withdrawn. As you stated, they were not asking for any restrictions, where we have restricted ourselves to one specific use. We've limited the hours of operation, and we've limited any buildings to be constructed to be at minimum 140 feet from Rain Frog Lane. And with that, thank you.
All right, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. With that, we'll close rezoning 23-0552 and go to the next case.
Our next application is Agenda Item C3, Standard Rezoning 23-0571. This is a request to rezone from BPO and RSC6 to RSC9. Isis Brown will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation, and you should have a revised staff report which corrected the community plan area and also reference to a access condition or restriction.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening. Rui Londono, 1502 West Bush Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33612. Okay, let me. Okay. Okay, the property we are rezoning today, two properties. One that is on the southeast corner of North Himes Avenue and River Cove Drive. One of the properties is really current zone BPO, and the second property is on RSC6. We are requesting to rezone both properties to RSC9 use. We are to, one of the little history for this property is that the owners bought this property on April 2021, and on September 21st, 2021, applied to Hillsborough County for a pre-submittal meeting. In that pre-submittal meeting, we have all the comments, and I have the evidence here for all the comments that was on the pre-submittal meeting. Starting with zoning, they request that because in order to get the 5 homes, we need to rezone the property from BPO, that is a business professional offices, and the RSC6 to residential single family. We are proposing to rezone to RSC9 because it's the smaller lots that can fit the vacant lots. We are proposing to have 5 lots that have that meet all the requirements for zoning RSC9. The minimum standards for minimum lot size, that is 5,000 square feet, with a front of 50 feet. This is a narrowed property that you see. The size for the lots are 78.05 front of Himes Avenue. Both properties are 301.8. The total acre for the two properties together is 0.73. According with all the comments for different agents on the pre-submittal meeting, we are meet all the requirements to get 5 homes in that property. For one of the requirements that we have on the comments for this rezoning is from Planning Commission. Planning Commission found this rezoning inconsistent according with the policy 1.2. Because what the policy, the future land use on this property is residential 20. That they want to allow to have at least, the policy say that we need to allow at least 75% of the requirements, because this property is around 0.73 acres. We can have, they are proposing we have at least 10 houses there. When we go to the Land Development Code, all the requirements to meet the RMC, that is multifamily uses, to meet all the requirements for future land use, we are looking that we can have 2 choices, RMC 16 and or RMC 20. When you go to the Land Development Code requirements, these lots must be around 8,000 square feet and 6,000 square feet for RMC 20. But the minimum requirement for that lots are the width must be 70 feet. If we go to the property, because we are looking for single family, not for multifamily. If we go to have the subdivision, we can have only 3 lots that going to rezone to multifamily RMC 16 or RMC 20. We got to reduce the density that the Future Land Use Planning Commission is looking for. The main concern that we have for this property is the shape for the property, because they have 78, one of the size is 78.08, and they made some challenges to have everything to meet the 10 properties there. Another thing that we have is on the south, on North Himes Avenue, south of the property, that is a BPO property. When we go to develop all this property, we need to meet some requirements for buffering and screening between BPO uses and residential. This made that this be a little more restrictive if we want to go multifamily uses. Also, site engineering got to request that we need to meet all the requirements for interior roads in order to have all to meet the 10 townhouses. That is the policy 1.2 is asking for. This lot, the shape of this lot got to be really difficult to get developed and meet all the requirements for all the 10 departments that got to be involved in this project. If we got to request a multifamily, we need to meet all the requirements not only for zoning department. We need go also to stormwater. We need go to EPC that have no options because there's no wetlands on the property. But we need go to maybe stormwater that may go to request a retention pond. If we have more than 10,000 square feet developed, that maybe they go to request a retention pond. When we go to put a retention pond in this narrow property, we have if we meet all the requirements that is looking for the future land use planning commission, this property, the best that we can do is to rezone to RSC 9 that we are requesting to develop 5 houses there. Personally, we can have the 9 per acre, 0.73 go to be 6, but because we have 78.08 on the North Himes Avenue, we can only have to meet 5,000. We need to increase the size for the lot that is faced on North Himes Avenue. That is we are proposing to rezone this property to RSC 9 to get all the 5 single-family homes in that property. If we go to RMC 16 or 20, we go to get only 3. The policy is going to be reduced if we go to single family. I was talking with some person on zoning department, and they say that we are allowed only to build 1 single family per lot. If we want to go to multifamily, must to be all complete lot. But this lot does not meet the shape of this lot, does not go to have all the requirements from the other departments, different planning commission. If you have any question, I have to support here the evidence for the pre-submittal meeting in 2021. If you have any question.
You covered it. My question is, I think fundamental is, why are you requesting RSC 9 with these other issues? But you went through that, and so I understand.
Okay, thank you very much.
You could please submit your documents and sign in. All right, development services.
Isis Brown, Development Services, Standard Rezone 230571. The request is to rezone from an existing BPO and residential single-family conventional 6 to propose RSC 9, residential single-family residential 9. Approximately 0.37 acres of the site is currently zoned BPO, and 0.35 is currently zoned RSC 6, bringing a total of proposed 0.73 acres being proposed to RSC 9. Okay. The site is within the Res 20 future land use category, which permits single-family residential office and neighborhood commercial uses. The site is zoned to the north. We have a PD 82. There's a street, and then there's PD 820056, which are townhomes and multifamily residential. To the west, RMC 20, zoned property. To the east, RSC 6, zoned property, and to the south, BPO. The Planning Commission found that the request is inconsistent based on non-compliance with Objective 1, which addresses minimum density requirements for rezoning in the urban service area being at 75% of the current Res 20 future land use category, which is 15 units per acre. The proposed RSC 9 will provide for development of 9 units per acre, which for the 0.73 acre parcel would be 6 units. 15 units per acre equals to 10 units. Notwithstanding, staff has found that the size and depth of the subject parcel in relation to other adjacent offices and residential uses would create a development pattern that is consistent with the existing zoning pattern and district in that area. The size and configuration of the parcel in question is more constrained in terms of the accommodation of higher density, such as a smaller lot, single-family / townhomes or multifamily development, in comparison to the adjacent parcels developed with multifamily and townhomes. Furthermore, the development pattern east of the parcel to the on the south side of River Cove Drive is single-family homes fronting on River Cove Drive, and the RSC 9 would be consistent with that pattern. Moreover, the school board has revised this proposed project and found that it does not meet the threshold and has no comments at this time. Based on the above consideration, staff has found that the proposed RSC 9 zoning district is compatible with the existing district and development patterns in the area.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Jillian Massey, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is in the residential 20 future land use category. It's in the urban service area, and it's not located within the limits of a community plan. Objective 1 of the future land use element asserts that Hillsborough County shall proactively direct new growth to the urban service area with the goal that at least 80% of all population growth occur within the urban service area. Policy 1.2 requires that all new development or redevelopment shall occur at a density of at least 75% of the allowable density in the land use category to optimize investment for services and infrastructure. The subject cites future land use category as residential 20, which allows for consideration of a maximum of 14 dwelling units on that site, which is the 0.73 acres. The proposed zoning district would only allow for consideration of up to 6 dwelling units on the subject site, which is 9 dwelling units per gross acre. The allowable density under the RSC 9 zoning district would fall under the 75% density requirement of 10 dwelling units for new development in the urban service area. Policy 1.3 seeks to restrict new rezoning approvals for residential development in the urban service area and future land use categories that permit 4 dwelling units per gross acre or greater that do not meet minimum density unless certain exemptions are met. Planning Commission staff acknowledge that the request increases the density closer to the minimum density standard under the site's residential 20 future land use category. However, the proposal does not meet any of the exemptions under future land use policy 1.3 and is therefore inconsistent with the objectives and policies pertaining to growth in the urban service area. The proposed rezoning does not meet the intent of the neighborhood protection policies associated with Objective 16. It would directly conflict with these policies that strive to preserve, protect, and enhance neighborhoods, and that new development must conform to an area. The proposed zoning district would allow for development of residential uses that are compatible with the surrounding development pattern. However, the density of 9 dwelling units per acre conflicts with policy direction relating to minimum density in the urban service area. The requested density is not consistent with the intent of the site's residential 20 future land use designation and therefore conflicts with the long-range vision of the surrounding neighborhood. And based on that, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Ms. Massey, let me just follow up with your comments on with a question. The Ms. Londano's testimony that because this property is 0.73 acres in size, that it is not practical, I think my words, not hers, to develop at a level of density that is RMC 16 or RMC 20, given the infrastructure and the that's required for that. So are there waivers ever contemplated to that minimum density requirement, that plan policy?
Yes, so that's what policy 1.3 discusses is exemptions to the minimum density. And the review found that, well, what you're discussing, the lot size and dimensions and whatnot, are not one of the things that are considered under that policy. So I'm not sure if there's any like lot size variations that could be requested through the land development code. That's not our area, but we were reviewing it from the standpoint of 1.3 and that it didn't meet any of those exemptions.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor of this application? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to the request? All right, no one. Development Services, Ms. Heinrich.
Nothing further, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Londano, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you'd like it.
Yeah, I already have my presentation, and I want to add that the shape of the property is also another restriction for the multifamily.
All right,
Do
thank
you
you.
have any question?
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. We'll close rezoning 23-0571. I see it's a little past 8 on our clock, which is when we take a break. So I have 8:05. If you could take a 5-minute break and be back here at 8:10, we'll resume the hearing. Thank you so much.
and AS 0.4 to CGR. Jared Folan with Development Services will provide staff findings, and you should have received a revised staff report that provides some minor revisions to the district standards on page 1 and page 4.
I see that. Thank you so much. The applicant, good evening.
Good evening, Isabel Albert with HAP Associates, 1000 North Ashley Drive, Suite 900. I have a presentation for you.
Okay.
So what I have before you is a piece of property. It's actually split zone with commercial general and AS 0.4. The portion in red is actually the residential portion, while the remainder of the parcel is zoned commercial. The site is located on two major arterial, which is State Road 60 and County Line Road. County Line Road goes all the way to I-4, and State Road 60 just basically goes across the state. So more specifically, what we have is, again, the green portion of the located within the yellow outline is the area that we're going to be discussing tonight. So the property owner owns not only this parcel, but owns the corner parcel, which is a bar use, and the remainder of the property right now, which has some mobile homes on there to the west, and he also owns that. And basically, they want to redevelop the whole area under one development. And for doing so, they needed to have that portion on the northeast corner to be zoned commercial general, just like the remainder of the property. Across the east, that's actually Polk County, and those areas outlined in red are commercial uses, while to the north of there is residential uses. To the south of us is AR, which is owned by TECO, and it's a solar farm. And to the west of us is AR's property is owned by Hillsborough County. So what we're requesting is commercial general. When we originally filed, it was for commercial general. And then that was converted to, with some restrictions because the Planning Commission had some concerns with compatibility. And so their concerns had to do with being adjacent to vacant residential properties, as shown right here. And when we first came in and looked at that, you know, the applicant and myself were aware that we would have to have a 20-foot buffer with the type B screening, which is what code requires. And the code requires these buffers and screening in order to address compatibility and incompatible between land uses. In some instance, you may require a greater buffer or greater screening in, you know, specific scenarios that would warrant that. In this case, you know, Planning Commission had some concerns, so therefore they are requesting a greater buffer and greater screening, not only along the northern boundary, but along the western boundary, which I'm going to show you on the next slide. We agreed to these restrictions because if not, we would have had an inconsistency from the Planning Commission. Again, we agree with the conditions. However, I still want to make a case that I am not of the same opinion as the Planning Commission in terms of compatibility concerns, and for the reason as follows. This is, again, under outline, it's under Unified One ownership. And the Planning Commission is requesting a 25-foot buffer, 5 foot more than what's required, with the type B screening with an additional row of trees. And this is along 700 feet of the property line. And so you would have the double amount of trees at that location. Doesn't matter that the rest of the property is also zone CG. They would only require, you know, a 20-foot buffer with the type B screening. And they also requested to have, you know, the 20-foot buffer type B along the western property line. And this is why only here, because this site is what's under the rezoning, the residential portion of it. And they requested to have the 20-foot buffer screening or use the existing vegetation for anything that's over 6 feet and 75% opaque. If not, now let's go back, if not, you have to replace it with planting. So it's not giving us the freedom of using the 20-foot buffer that would be otherwise required. They're saying you have to replace that thing with planting. And so, again, this could be somewhat difficult when you come in to develop the site. Now, like I stated, I don't see, the reasoning. I've questioned staff, like, why is it that this would require more? The answer is it's in the rural service area. I understand. It's along a highway, along two highways. It's adjacent to residential. I understand, because it's also, the code does reference to that. So what's so special? And I still haven't received an answer where I'm confident and comfortable agreeing with that. And furthermore, if you look at the code, it says you have to have your buffer and screening. If you have a non-conforming use, the mobile home to the west is on commercial general. Since 1970, this area all there was zoned highway commercial. And back in the 70s, you had also these mobile homes. They were there. So they've been there forever. So it's whether legal non-conforming or it's a non-conforming use, it's a non-conforming use. And the code says if you're adjacent to a non-conforming use, however that received permits after a certain date, you do have to zone, you do have to buffer yourself according to the use there. However, there's an out to that. It says the buffer requirement may be administratively waived upon written consent of the owner of the property. But applicant definitely wants to waive that, but with this restriction on place doesn't give us the freedom to apply this, that we have a right to apply for. So, we're requesting to not have a requirement, an additional further requirement along these two lines. Just leave it if it's a 20B, it's a 20B, and we can request administratively not to have it, not to apply. And this gives us a right to apply for that. And to the north, I understand that we agree to it, and in my professional opinion, I still think that a 20-foot buffer with a Type B screening is certainly compatible. It meets a lot of the policy of the comprehensive plan with neighborhood compatibility and things as such. However, if you seem to be inclined to understand the Planning Commission and go with what they're recommending, instead of in lieu of the screening, the additional row of screening, we would like to have maybe the option of, instead of doing that, we put the 6-foot fence. Because to me, their concern is the compatibility, being able to have commercial next to residential, we can see it. Well, better screening would be, the 6-foot fence. And so we would have the opportunity to have that option. And I just wanted to clarify in here with the Planning Commission report that they said that we agreed to enhance setback and buffer, not the setback. I just wanted to make sure that was clarified, that that was not part of the agreement. And then brings us to agency comments. We're State Road, Florida Department, they didn't have any concerns. They say all of that is going to be addressed as time of construction review. And most importantly is development services. We worked a lot with them, and one of the questions was, would you still find this supportable without those restrictions? And staff said, yes, we don't see any compatibility concerns. However, we're going to add them because, first, we agreed to it because of what was asked by the Planning Commission. And so, but they agreed that there was no compatibility concerns with just a standard rezoning without any restrictions. And then you can see other agencies reviewed it. And last but not least, there was no objections from any of the neighbors. This is a very intense intersection. I'm sure you've driven by it. It's State Road 60 across the street. There's gas stations, and on the other side, it's all commercial along that major heavy intersection. And that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. And I have my proposed conditions just to put into the record.
That are the alternative.
Yeah, the alternative of having a fence.
I see. Okay. Oh, so do your alternative conditions remove the Type B screening, right? the B and instead replace it with
Yes,
a
it would just be one.
I see.
Obviously, I'd rather not have any restrictions because, again, the 75% of the site is already zoned commercial and it doesn't have any restrictions on there. But leave it up to you, and then I will put them into the record.
No, I think you explained it perfectly. I understand the issue. Thank you very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate it if you could please sign in. All right, Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Jared Fallon with Development Services. So yeah, this is a request to rezone a parcel that is split zoned. It's zoned currently agricultural single family .4 and commercial general, and then they're proposing commercial general restrictive. The property is currently undeveloped, and it is located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Highway 60 and County Line Road, which is near Polk County. We're right on the border. In the immediate area, primarily consists of residential and commercial uses. And those commercial uses are concentrated towards the intersection and around it. Uses currently there are a bar, liquor store, convenience store, and the zoning as well is commercial for all those properties, which is consistent with the proposal for that. So we do find that consistent with what they're proposing on the property for commercial general. Directly adjacent to the north is a vacant residential lot zoned agricultural single family .4, and to the west is a commercial general property with various residential dwellings, some single family and some mobile homes. Concerns were raised by Planning Commission regarding compatibility to these properties, and they requested restrictions to protect these residential uses. And so the applicant has agreed to offer up 2 restrictions to beef up the buffer and the screening on those along those properties. Restriction 1 will require an increased buffer and screening standard along the northern property line by requiring a 25-foot wide buffer, which is an increase of 5 feet normally, and an additional row of evergreen shade trees where it's normally 1. Restriction number 2 would require that the existing vegetation along the western property line be preserved, and that screening opacity of at least 75% be maintained so long as the property is utilized for residential uses. So as long as that property right now is being utilized for residential, that restriction would be applied, but whenever that residential stuff or uses are taken away, they would not have to abide by that restriction. So based on our analysis and based on our considerations with the restrictions, staff does find the proposal approvable, and no other agency has objected to the request. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
None at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Planning Commission.
Jillian Massey, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in the agricultural estate 1 to 2.5 future land use category. It's in the rural area and not located within the limits of a community plan. The proposed standard rezoning to CGR would allow for the use of buffer and screening to ensure a gradual transition between intensity of uses, as the applicant has agreed to enhance the setback, which the applicant corrected is the buffer on the west and northern boundaries, which abut a residential use to the west and vacant residentially zoned land to the north. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of the neighborhood protection policies of the future land use element. The proposed rezoning to CGR would allow for a gradual transition of intensities between land uses that surround the subject site to the north and west, and is therefore consistent with policy direction. The agricultural estate 1 to 2.5 future land use designation allows for consideration of rural scale neighborhood commercial uses subject to locational criteria. The subject site does meet locational criteria in accordance with Objective 22. The site's in the agricultural estate 1 to 2.5 future land use designation and within the required 660-foot distance from the closest qualifying intersection of State Road 60 and County Line Road, and non-residential development shall be limited to 20,000 square feet. And based on these considerations, Planning Commission staff has found the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County comprehensive plan, subject to the restrictions proposed by the Development Services Department.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Albert, anything before we close?
No, I just want to thank you, and just for the record, Isabel Albert, I am a certified planner. So thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Then with that, we'll close 23-0573 and go to the next case.
Our next case is item C5, standard rezoning 23-0640. The applicant is requesting to rezone from BPO to CGR. Isis Brown with Development Services will present staff findings, and there is a revised staff report that's been provided to you that makes a correction in the introduction summary to reflect the access restriction.
I see it. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Zoning Hearing Master. My name is Tu Mai. Office address is 14031 North Del Mabry Highway, Tampa, Florida 33618. I'm here representing the applicant. Petition 23-0640 is a request to rezone 0.35 acre parcel having folio number 049244.022 from BPO to CG restricted with the following restricted uses: alcoholic beverage establishments, ambulance services, bank and credit unions, bowling alleys, brew pubs, car wash facilities, taverns, bars, lounges, nightclubs, dance halls, tobacco shops, trade schools, and wedding chapels, just to name a few restricted uses. The complete list of proposed restrictions has been submitted to the record prior to tonight. Policy 16.2 of the comp plan, as I paraphrase, gradual transitions of intensity between different land uses shall be provided through the use of professional site planning, buffering and screening techniques, and control of specific land uses. Our proposed development meets the intent of Policy 16.2 by the following. The applicant is proposing a 20-foot buffer with Type B screening along the property boundary to the adjacent residential zone properties to the north and west. Additional trees will be planted and staggered to fill in the gaps on site. There is an existing natural vegetative buffer as shown on the exhibit that abuts the subject site to the north and west. The applicant is proposing a 6-foot-high PVC fence along the north and west property boundary. The solid PVC fence with Type B screening and trees will provide a landscape buffer and protect the privacy of the residential development next door. In addition, the applicant is proposing a shared access with a parcel to the south, which is also owned by the applicant's family member. The applicant is proposing to retain direct access on 78th Street to the subject site. This direct access will only be used for emergency vehicles and shall be gated. To conclude, we received no objections from all the review agencies. We concur with staff's finding of the request as approvable. Thank you to Development Services and Planning Commission staff for working with us on this petition. We respectfully request your recommendation for approval. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
I don't have any at this time, but thank you so much. If you could please sign in. Development Services.
Good evening, Isis Brown, Development Services. Standard rezone 23-0640. The request is to rezone a property of approximately 0.35 acres from BPO to proposed CG with restrictions. The properties adjacent to the subject parcels to the north are RSC 6 with a mobile home overlay, and PD to the northwest, BP to the southwest, CG to the south, and 78th Street to the east. Commercial CG to the west, and the subject property is located within a high coastal area, and therefore LDC section 3.0400 is applicable to this property. The subject property does meet locational criteria. To address the lot size, transition, and compatibility concerns, the applicant has proposed the following uses be prohibited on the subject site, listed A through FF within the transportation section of the report. And additionally, the applicant has also to address transportation staff review concerns. The applicant has offered reorienting the potential building envelope and potential sidewalk, parking and drive aisles, potential stormwater pond, to right-of-way preservation strip, as shown on potential stormwater pond per Hillsborough County engineer's suggestion. Existing driveway to be used for emergency access only, and proposed pedestrian crossing access, proposed vehicle cross access, and proposed shared access. Staff finds that the request is consistent and compatible with the existing and emerging zoning pattern developments along the southern portion of South 78th Street. The property's frontage is along the west side of South 78th Street. To the south, the parcel abutting the subject parcel, whose frontage is along South 78th Street, is zoned CG. The proposed CG zoning district is similarly situated, and therefore a continuation of the existing commercial development pattern along South 78th Street is a compatible infill development. Based on the above considerations and the proposed restrictions as listed in the staff report, staff finds the request approvable. I'm available for any questions.
None at this time, thank you.
Thank you.
Planning Commission.
Jillian Massey, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is in the residential 6 future land use category. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the Riverview and South Shore area-wide systems community plans. The proposed request is consistent with policy direction relating to compatibility, as the proposed rezoning includes a list of extensive restrictions that will limit the possibility of adverse effects on the surrounding area. Future Land Use Element Policy 1.4 also notes that compatibility does not mean the same as. Rather, it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development. The surrounding area has a variety of uses, including single-family residential, mining, vacant, and light commercial uses. The proposed rezoning to commercial general restricted is compatible with the surrounding development pattern and therefore meets the intent of this policy direction. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of future land use element objective 16 and associated policies relating to neighborhood protection. The subject site also meets the established commercial locational criteria and is therefore limited to a maximum floor area ratio of 0.25 or 3,811 square feet of non-residential development. The proposal also includes extensive restrictions that will allow for commercial uses on a scale that reflects the overall character of the neighborhood. The Riverview Community Plan includes the Riverview District Concept Map, which illustrates the unique qualities and land uses that are related to the distinct geographic areas labeled as distinctive districts. Future developments are required to comply with the intent of their respective districts, and the subject site is located within the industrial district on the concept map. This district seeks to attract employment centers and desirable industry with appropriate infrastructure in areas without conflicting with surrounding land use. The proposed zoning district will attract employment while also remaining compatible with the surrounding land uses and is therefore consistent with the Riverview Community Plan. And based on these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the restrictions proposed by the Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition? No one. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Mai, anything you want to add before I close? Okay, thank you so much. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 23-0640 and go to the next case.
Our next case is item C6, standard rezoning 23-0792. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from ASC1 to RSC2. Carol Ann Peddle with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening again. To my for the record, address is 14031 North Del Mabry Highway, Tampa, Florida 33618. I'm here representing the applicant, John Barry, who is here with me tonight, along with Hung Mai, the engineer of record. Petition 230792 is a request to rezone from ASC 1 to RSC 2 for detached single-family homes. Subject site is 20.12 acres with the future land use of Res 1. It is located north of Shiloh Springs Drive and 1,400 feet east of South Dover Road. The property is a cattle pasture abutting the urban service area and is not in the community plan. Mr. Berry is proposing to rezone the subject parcel for a maximum of 19 single-family lots. Vehicle access is on Shiloh Springs Drive, a county public right-of-way, which has an existing stub-out that abuts the subject property at the south property boundary. The proposed lot size will vary between 0.5 acres and 1.0 acres. The proposed standard rezoning is compatible with the Dover Woods subdivision that abuts the subject site to the northwest. The petition is also less intensive than the abutting Shiloh Springs Woods subdivision to the south with smaller lot sizes than the applicant's proposed request. We received no objections from all the review agencies. We concur with staff's finding of the request as approvable. We submitted 13 letters of support to the record. I have an additional letter tonight to submit. Thank you to Development Services and the Planning Commission for their hard work and cooperation. We understand that there are several neighbors that sent in letters with their concerns, which we would like to address. I'd like to reserve any remaining time in my presentation for the rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Development Services.
I'm sorry, Ms. Finch, can I interrupt very quickly?
Absolutely.
I apologize. Just before we move on, the applicant's agent is Hung Mai, and I know Tumai works for the same corporation, so if he could just go on record saying he was acceptable of her doing the presentation.
All right, Mr. Mai, if you could come forward and just give your name and address and affirm that Ms. Mai is also an agent for the application.
Good afternoon, Madam. My name is Hong Mai. The company name is HC Mai Incorporated. The address 14031 North Del Mabry Highway, Tampa 33618. I am representing the applicant along with my daughter, Tu Mai. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. If you could also sign in. All right, Ms. Petal. Good evening again.
Good evening. Carolyn Petal, Development Services. This is for standard rezoning 230792. The applicant requests to rezone the property from ASC 1 to RSC 2. The property has a future land use designation of Res 1, which permits residential densities up to a maximum of 1 dwelling unit per acre, and a non-residential intensity up to a maximum FAR of 0.25. The surrounding subject parcel, the future land use categories are PD, R1, and R4. The properties in the immediate vicinity are developed for residential uses and an energy park. The subject parcel is located in the center of single-family residential properties and south of the University Energy Park. The property has a connecting stub road to the south off Siloam Springs Drive and the Siloam Springs Woods subdivision, which are zoned RSC4. The parcels to the west are zoned RSC2 and AS1, while the parcels to the east are zoned AS1 and ASC1. The northern abutting parcel is zoned PD approved for an energy park. The staff finds the proposed RSC2 rezoning district is compatible with the existing zoning district and development pattern in the area. Therefore, staff finds it approvable.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Planning Commission.
Jillian Massey, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is in the Residential 1 Future Land Use category. It is in the rural area and not located within the limits of a community plan. The subject site sits within the rural area but abuts this urban service area to the north and south of the subject site. Future Land Use Element Policy 1.4 requires all new developments to be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as. Rather, it first refers to the sensitivity of the development proposals and maintaining the character of the existing development. Due to the nearby single-family homes to the south and west of the subject site, the proposed request is therefore consistent with this policy direction. The subject site is currently vacant and zoned for ASC1. The applicant is proposing to rezone the subject site to RSC2 to allow for approximately 19 dwellings on the site on 0.5 acre to 1.0 acre lots. There are single-family and agricultural uses throughout the area. The single-family homes that abut the subject site have similar lot sizes as the proposed request. This meets the intent of the neighborhood protection policies of future land use element objective 16, which seek to have the overall density and lot sizes of new residential projects reflect the character of the surrounding area. And a rezoning to RSC2 is compatible with the existing character in this area. Based on these considerations, Planning Commission staff has found that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition? All right, how many do we have? So I see, put your hands up so we can get a count. We just have to divide up that time. How many people would like to speak for? 4. Okay. Is there anyone online that would like to speak in opposition?
We do not have anyone online.
Okay, so 4, we'll do 4 minutes apiece. And whoever would like to go first, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Alethea Hoskins. My address is 2108 Siloam Springs. I am here, and I'm going to try not to read verbatim here, but good evening. My neighbors and I are here tonight supporting Green in opposition. Everyone here opposed to this? We have collected over 200 signatures online. We have sent postcards. We have our staff here, or our group here, as well as the letters that were sent via email opposing this. There are many reasons why we are wanting this rejected, one of which the property owner previously unpermitted use of our neighborhood to dump 50 loads of dirt into his property back in 2021 that left our roads damaged, cracked, and riddled with potholes. We reported this, and there is record of this with the county, and yet nothing has been done. Our roads are still damaged today. There was nobody held the owner accountable for his actions. So any further activity, construction, additional traffic with new homes would only further damage our roads. The potential for increase of traffic, coupled with the claims by the property owner to eventually rezone his property, which his house currently resides on, poses a significant concern for our quiet neighborhood. This creates opportunity for a cut-through from Dover Road to Durant Road, avoiding the fabulous four-way stop that I'm sure many of my neighbors are familiar with, adding traffic as well as potential for more car accidents because they will be now cutting into our neighborhood. It is increasingly difficult to enter as well as exit our small neighborhood during the start and end of school days. A left turn lane into our subdivision is warranted and will be demanded by the residents if this new development is approved. Furthermore, any alterations or construction of the 20 acres could negatively impact the surrounding neighborhoods, raising our flood insurance cost, as well as pushing homes into flood zones. Considering the potential for a high water table on the farmland today, the proposed use of septic systems may not be viable, potentially leading to a request for county sewage and further disrupting our community. Additionally, our schools are already struggling to accommodate the existing residents, school-aged children, with multiple housing and apartment developments that are already taking place in the current zone. This rezoning would just add to the challenge that we have today with our school systems as our classroom sizes are already over the max. We insist that the county commissioners listen to the community which it serves and reject this rezoning along with the following actions. The current land use designated at 1 per acre on buildable land should remain. The doubling in density on this rural parcel is not warranted. It puts undue burden on our area's infrastructure. The established Siloam Woods subdivision should not be forced to have its internal roads used as access roads to this landlocked property. Siloam Springs Drive was not designated with that in mind. It's not capable of safely and adequately accommodating other subdivisions through traffic or construction. If the applicant wishes to build, they should file the use of their own adjacent property to the west as the sole access road. The Siloam Woods neighborhood use for access of the property, if the property owner should be held responsible for repairing the existing roads and adding a left turn lane into the neighborhood if it gets approved. The county should be responsible for reducing the speed limit from 25 miles an hour to 15, replacing and repairing the existing storm drain systems, as well as repairing the dangerous, damaged sidewalks that were done from the hurricanes and still have yet to be fixed. We know you'll do the right thing. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. If you could please sign in.
Will do.
Next, please. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Master. My name is Terry Wagner. I live at 2108 Arch McDonald Drive in Dover. My home is adjacent to the parcel that's in question. Ed Beagley Jr. said, when we destroy something created by man, we call it vandalism. When we destroy something created by nature, we call it progress. Excuse me, it's very emotional for me. My family and I moved to the Siloam Woods subdivision 4 years ago. We came from a very dense development where we couldn't stand in our own front yard and see anything other than the houses around us. We wanted to move to some place that was more natural, more open, where the sounds of silence weren't marred by the sounds of machines. We found that home in 2019 and immediately made the decision to purchase it. I'm a retired crime scene investigator from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, and I have PTSD. This is difficult for me to say. My anxiety is very much affected by the sounds of construction, sirens, noise. It's lessened by the calm, bucolic surroundings of the home as it is now. The field behind my home is the area where I get my peace. In 2021, dump trucks moved loads of dirt from Mr. Berry's other new development on Dover Road and dumped them 200 feet from my backyard. The noise was unbearable. There was a steady stream of heavy construction equipment behind my house. Mr. Berry used our tiny neighborhood as the thoroughfare to enter the field, meaning there were dump trucks driving on the normally quiet road in front of my house as well. Several of the residents, as well as myself, we work from home. We'll be unable to work with the level of noise that this will bring. Not to mention the numerous endangered and threatened species that have been documented on that parcel: gopher tortoises, sandhill cranes, and the Cassius blue butterfly. While the heavy equipment was moving through our neighborhood, many of us made the observation that our streets are not designed for that kind of traffic. Along with the still unrepaired damage to our roads, there was the feeling of being trapped within our own community. Residents' vehicles were stuck, waiting for a break between dump trucks before they were able to move freely down the one narrow exit road in our neighborhood. What if an emergency vehicle needed to respond? What about the kids trying to safely walk home from school? We don't even have a left turn lane to get into the neighborhood from Durant, so the additional traffic from the development plus any construction traffic would make using Arch McDonald Drive as an entrance horrifically dangerous. This is asking for someone to be killed or hurt at that intersection. Our tiny neighborhood can't handle the traffic with the increased density behind us if this is allowed to be developed. Mr. Berry's supporters have said he's a good man and has ties to the community, and I'm not going to argue that. But we are all good people here too, opposing this. My husband, my neighbors are disabled veterans. They gave a great portion of their life to this country, and I gave a great portion to the citizens of Hillsborough County. All we want is to have our homes in the peace and quiet that East Hillsborough used to be known for. So I ask to everyone, okay? We say we support the troops and we say we back the blue. So do you really back the blue? Do you really support the troops? If so, support us by saying this isn't reasonable progress, but this is dangerous, unnecessary development purely for profit. And this is a vandalism of peace and nature.
Thank you very much. If you could please sign in. Next, please. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Dana Wilson. I reside at 2102 Arch McDonald Drive. My husband and I are the newest additions to the Siloam Springs neighborhood, as we just purchased a house this summer in the very back of the neighborhood that backs up to this beautiful field. That's up for rezoning right now. We thought we had found our dream home in this very overcrowded county. We, along with everyone else in the neighborhood, purchased the home because we fell in love with the rural feeling that the neighborhood currently has. This is our first home, and I wanted to start my family here, purposely buying in a low population density area on a dead-end street. Unfortunately, before we could even move in, the farmland is in danger of being rezoned to double the size of the quiet rural neighborhood my neighbors and I want to be in. All of the reasons why we bought in this area are now being jeopardized by this rezoning. Instead of watching my future children grow up in a safe and quiet neighborhood, we will be dealing with construction, dust, vehicles, and loud noises, followed by a completely changed neighborhood feel with further damaged roads and flooding issues. I know a lot of my current neighbors will be moving out of the Siloam Springs neighborhood if the rezoning passes, which will increase the number of renters in the neighborhood who simply do not care for the property like an owner would. That, combined with the home depreciation that will occur when our very semi-rural environment comes crowded and looks like every other subdivision, is going to force me to stay in this house for quite some time, as my home is not going to be worth nearly as much as what I just paid for. While this potential rezoning does personally affect me and my surrounding neighbors, there are so many other logistical reasons why this is a bad idea, which my fellow neighbors will touch on tonight. I truly appreciate you taking the time to consider the reasons why this rezoning should not take place.
Thank you for coming down. Could you please sign in? All right, we have one more person, I believe. Yes? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Justin Tillman. I live at 2106 Siloam Springs. I guess one of my biggest upsets with this, I've been here for 9 years, growing up in Hillsborough County. I've seen developments. I grew up on a farm. I get it. My family sold their property to build houses. I completely get that side of it. There's 35 homes in this neighborhood. One entrance, old neighborhood, built in the early 80s, and now we're going to add, just because you can add 19 more homes, it's already zoned for 1 house per acre. I think that's one of the biggest shames of this. It was already mentioned before, it's like a money grab, trying to get as much money possible for it. I really feel that any time that there's going to be something bad happening with the traffic, we have high school kids twice a day, that intersection is blocked. It's 3/8 of roughly right under a half mile from the main intersection to this entrance of the neighborhood that every morning is completely blocked. So adding 19, adding 19 more homes in here is not a good answer. This is going to affect the quality of life of everybody that lives in this neighborhood, and it's just not fair for what it is. So that's all I got.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. If you could sign in. All right, then with that, we'll close opposition testimony. We'll go back to Development Services. Ms. Heinrich, any additional comments?
Nothing further, but again, we do have transportation online if you have any questions
I think
of them.
that's a good suggestion. All right, Mr. Ratliff, if you're available.
Yes, good evening. James Ratliff, Transportation Review Section.
Yes, you've heard the comments in opposition. If you could just give us your perspective regarding the proposed access for this, given the existing neighborhood.
Sure. So one thing I guess I would note, and that's important to note, is that from the way that we analyze these projects is we look at whether or not a project is creating an increase in density or intensity. And because the underlying future land use designation of R1 is remaining in place, going from ASC1 to RSC2, and again, if somebody at zoning knows of a comprehensive plan amendment that I'm unaware of, please correct me, but my understanding is that there is no pending comprehensive plan amendment, so that R1 designation would remain the limiting factor. So going from the ASC1 to the RSC2 wouldn't actually increase the number of units that can be constructed on a gross acreage basis from a density standpoint, because that R1 designation would control. It, of course, changes the size of the lots that can be constructed and those other particulars. But that's, I think, one important thing to point out in terms of the staff report, when I've indicated that there's no change in the maximum trip generation potential of the subject parcel. With respect to the access issue, again, this is a Euclidean zoning, and so we take a look to, we don't require projects to go through a full-fledged transportation analysis, and this project's generating such a few number of trips that wouldn't have been required to do it anyway, even if this had been a PD application. I will say that at the time of, we did not identify any issues as part of our review at this stage, but of course, at the time of site construction plan review plating, we're going to require the applicant to prepare a transportation analysis that looks at the access there to the south and make sure that the access is meeting standards to see whether or not a turn lane would be triggered at that time.
All right, thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate it. All right,
Certainly.
then we'll go back to the applicant for rebuttal. Ms. Mai.
To Mai for the record. Thank you to all the neighbors for coming out and expressing their passionate comments. We offer the following responses to their expressed concerns. In terms of roadway and increased traffic, Mr. Berry purchased the property in 2000 as an active orange grove until 2016, at which time the orange grove died. There were 6 to 8 tractor trailers that used Arch McDonald Drive and Shiloh Springs Drive to access the groves and harvest the oranges for at least a month during the year. In addition, there were tractor trailers that brought in fertilizer and pesticides to apply to the groves. Both roadways are public right-of-ways, and the applicant has a right to access that public right-of-way as a citizen of Hillsborough County. There would be potentially construction traffic for a period of time, approximately 3 to 4 months. However, it would be during normal daylight hours. We submit Exhibit A to the public. We submit Exhibit A to the record. This is a public road that was built in 1984 and has provided access onto the subject site. As for increased traffic, as Mr. Ratliff stated, transportation staff submitted analysis dated September 9th, 2023, showing that there is no change in trip generation from existing zoning to proposed zoning. As far as overcrowding in schools, we submit to you Exhibit B. This is an adequate facilities analysis dated September 8th, 2023 that was conducted by the Department Manager of Growth Management for Hillsborough County Public Schools. In her analysis, Mrs. Sticknone reports that at this time, adequate capacity exists at Nelson Elementary School, Morenon Middle, and Durant High School for the proposed rezoning. In terms of safety and crime in the neighborhoods, we submit Exhibit C. A crime search map from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Database performing a 5-year search dating from September 14th, 2018 to September 14th, 2023. The crime search map reflects that there are no crimes reported near the subject site nor adjacent neighborhood. In addition, the applicant is proposing a private subdivision that with proposed large home sites. So we assert that this proposed development would not increase any crime in the neighborhood. As far as impact to the sewer lines, the applicant does not propose to hook up to the county sewer line because there are no county sewer lines nearby the subject site, nor are there sewer lines near the Arch McDonald and Shiloh Springs neighborhood, according to the Hillsborough County GIS map shown in Exhibit D. This map was provided to us by the Public Utilities Department GIS and records. Mr. Berry, however, does intend to apply for a single service water connection per Planning Commission's Policy 2.2, allowing the property, which is outside the urban service area, but abuts it to connect to the county's water system, just as Dover Woods subdivision connects to the system. As far as flooding or flood zone impact, we maintain that this is not an issue at this point in time pertaining to the rezoning. When the project undergoes a site development review for subdivisions through Development Service Department, each department, including the Stormwater Department, will review the project to ensure that it meets the Hillsborough County Stormwater Technical Manual regulations, which ensures post-development conditions are equal or lesser to pre-development conditions. In addition, the project would be regulated under statewide stormwater management regulations through an environmental resource permit that is thoroughly reviewed and issued by the Stormwater Southwest Florida Water Management District. As far as lowering property value, we maintain that this is not an issue at this time for the rezoning process. However, it was raised as a concern, so we'd like to submit Exhibit E1 and E2. We did two comparisons for property value. The first comparison is located at 2106 Arch McDonald Drive. The gross square footage is 2,672 square feet. Market value is 2,333,884. Exhibit E2 is located at 1517 Glen Alpine Place in Valrico. It was built in 2016 with a comparable gross square footage. Market value is 328,461. At this time, I'd like Mr. Berry to attest to the wildlife.
Good evening. Give us your name and address,
John
please.
Berry, 1620 South Dover Road.
Thank you.
You know, there's a reference to the wildlife. In 24 years that I've lived there, you see animals come and go, especially since I feed a lot of the wild animals that come in. They fly in, they fly out, they wander in, they eat some of my birds that I have, the ducks and geese and chickens. But there will be a wildlife survey done prior to the development. I believe that's standard procedure. Then 24 years I've been trying to downsize a little bit. The development that they referred to that I did before, I just sold the land across the street. That was not my development. And with this development, I will actually plan to live in this development as my downsizing process. Thank you.
Thank you. You could please sign in. Ms. Mai, does that conclude your rebuttal?
I would just like to confirm that per Hillsborough County LDC, Natural Resources would require at site development review a full plant and wildlife survey to be submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, then with that, we'll close rezoning 23-0792 and go to the next case.
Our next case is item C7, standard rezoning 23-0846. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from RSC3 and ASC1 to RSC4. Camille Crocta with Development Services will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation, and you should have a revised staff report which correct the BOCC land use meeting date on page 1.
Okay, thank you very much. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening, Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward & Henderson, representing the applicant Homes by West Bay. I'll keep this brief this evening. Subject property is located in Brandon. It's north of Bloomingdale Avenue. It's east of Bell Shoals Road and south of Giles. It's a very straightforward request for an RSC4 zoning. And what that requires is a minimum 10,000 square foot lot and a minimum lot width of 75 feet. And so that is what we're asking for. That's atypical of what you see in the urban service boundary in Res 4. Typically, you're going to see 5,000 square foot lots in this area, but in recognition of it being located within the Garden Estates District of the Brandon Community Plan, we are proposing the larger lots to address any compatibility concerns. We did hold a community meeting, and we showed this fact sheet to share that with the community. We also showed some images of some Homes by West Bay homes that are representative of the types of homes that'll be in this development, and gave them reference to other West Bay projects in the surrounding area so they could observe those and go see and look for themselves what we would be proposing here. And here's just another image. With that, there's really not a whole lot more to add other than answering any questions you might have. We have our whole team here, our civil engineers, our traffic engineers, and the applicant representatives are here as well. And so with that, we are here to answer any questions you might have.
No questions at this time. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Camille Crocta, Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone 7 parcels from ASC1 and 1 parcel from RSC3 to RSC4 for a proposed large lot single-family conventional development. The future land use category is Res 4 and is within the Garden Estates Character District of the Brandon Community Plan. The site is approximately 33.48 acres in size and located about a quarter mile southeast of the intersection of Bloomingdale Avenue and Bell Shoals Road. The proposed residential layout is consistent with the adjacent developments, aligns with the design characteristics of the area, and will adhere to the development standards of the RSC4 zoning districts. I did want to note that we did receive school board comments this afternoon, and I've uploaded them to Optics. There are no other restrictions or objections from any other agencies. Based on the stated considerations, staff finds the request to rezone to RSC4 approvable.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Jillian Massey, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in the residential 4 future land use category. It is in the urban service area and within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan, specifically in the Garden Estates Character District. The area immediately surrounding the site contains single-family and multifamily residential uses. The proposed rezoning to RSC4 is consistent with Policy 1.2, as it would allow the site to meet the minimum density expected of at least 100 units for the acreage of this site. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of Objective Sub 16 and associated policies relating to neighborhood protection. The proposed zoning district would allow for residential development that is reflective of the surrounding neighborhoods. The development to the east is zoned RSC4 and reflects lot sizes of a similar nature. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of the Brandon Community Plan. The Garden Estates Character District states that these areas consist of predominantly single-family homes with lot sizes of at least a half acre. The RSC4 zoning district requires a minimum lot size of a quarter acre. However, the plan also states that the design characteristics are descriptive as to the general nature of the vicinity and its surroundings, and that changes to the zoning of the property may proceed in accordance with the Land Development Code. The applicant also states in their narrative that they propose to maintain compliance with all RSC4 zoning district requirements. And as mentioned earlier, there is RSC4 zoning located immediately to the east of the site with lot sizes that are comparable to what's being requested on the subject site. And based on these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition? All right, if you come forward. While she's coming forward, is there anyone else either in the room or online that would like to speak in opposition? Okay,
We do
go
not
ahead.
have anyone.
Oh, no one?
No one online.
Was that a yes or a no?
No one online, sorry.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Hi, Catherine Berry, 3028 Colonial Ridge Drive, Brandon, Florida, 33511. Good evening.
Good evening.
I find myself in an interesting position. When signing up to speak tonight, I had to choose whether I was for or against the project. I am not opposed to the project per se, but I want to be on record regarding the Euclidean zoning designation, transportation report, and how mobility fees are used for this project. Those of us who attended the developer meeting acknowledge growth is coming and respect the responsible development of homes by West Bay versus the previous PD application, which was withdrawn. This project is consistent with the Brandon Community Plan and Garden Estates designation, which we appreciated. As I have said, I have no objection to the overall project, but concerns about details of its execution, which due to the Euclidean zoning designation, do not require plans to be shared ahead of time for public comment. Because of this, I would like the following to be considered. The development is the largest of any other subdivision along the 2-lane substandard Giles Road. Approximately 255 single-family homes must access Giles Road to leave the neighborhood. Approximately 60 new units, which the developer is proposing, is an approximate 24% increase. This places a significant additional burden of our infrastructure, especially our roads. The concerns are safety. First, for our children walking or biking to the 3 schools in the area, Brooker Elementary, Burns Middle School, and Bloomingdale High School. Residents who take our own lives in our hands just trying to get out of the neighborhood unless we're going to take a right turn onto Bell Shoals or Bloomingdale. And that's from Giles. The single entrance on Giles Road, which is proposed, will exacerbate backups at Giles and Bell Shoals and Giles and Lithia Pinecrest. A second entrance onto Bell Shoals would alleviate some of that traffic. Proximity of entrance so close to Colonial Ridge Drive and Hilltop Ramble and on a grade presents danger of collisions. It also will remove a very unique elevated wooden sidewalk that's above the area prone to flooding. Section 3 of the County Transportation Department comment sheet describes Giles as a substandard road and anticipates a 250% increase in annual daily AM/PM peak trips. When you're looking at the numbers on the chart, it doesn't seem as bad as when you put a percentage to it. Despite this, transportation identifies no concerns and expressed no objection. How is this possible? The homes along the west side of Colonial Ridge Drive have back to a 30-acre open farmland for over 30 years. A proper buffer to ensure two-story houses, not looking into the backyards, is important to those residents. Another very important reason why I'm speaking today, mobility fees. They're paid by the developer, and they should be used to improve the adversely impacted Giles Road, Bell Shoals intersection. And they should construct turn lanes both ways at the subdivision entrance on Giles. This will require solutions to ensure funds are spent at the affected area rather than elsewhere in the mobility district, which is quite large, and that does happen. We spoke to the developer at the meeting, and it sounds like everyone is frustrated that mobility fees are not being used for the projects the developer pays the fees for. In the end, the developer becomes the bad guy instead of placing the blame where it should be, the county's failure to spend the money at the development site. From the Hillsborough County website, it says, mobility fees are a one-time charge on new development to pay for off-site transportation improvements that are necessitated by new development. It does not say somewhere in the mobility district. It says for the new development. The developer knows I am speaking today and why. Transportation consultants always bring up that traffic is not the developer's issue since they pay mobility fees. And I agree. And I implore the county to use the fees where they are paid. In conclusion, I do not oppose the project, but due to safety concerns for our school children and residents, please consider where the Giles Road entrance will be, a second entrance directly onto Bell Shoals to reduce the burden on Giles, and use the mobility fees to take away the substandard road designation on Giles. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. If you could sign in. All right, seeing no one else in opposition, we'll go to Development Services. Ms. Heinrich, I'd like to talk to Mr. Ratliff, but if you have any.
Sure, just very quickly, on the record, I'll just make a quick correction to a typo I see on the staff report, and this would be in the zoning table on page 1, just to reflect that the acreage in RSC3 would yield one home on that site, given that the acreage is 0.47.
Not 100. Right, understood. Okay.
And then, as you stated, James Ratliff is the transportation reviewer, and he is available online for any questions you have.
All right. Mr. Ratliff. Good evening again.
Good evening, yes.
You heard the comments, the concerns regarding the access, the possible second entrance on Bell Shoals that she talked about, and the substandard road, as well as the direction of the mobility fees to that particular intersection. If you could give us your thoughts.
So, yes. So, in order to direct mobility fees to a specific project from the standpoint of a developer-driven project, that would be done through what we call the MUFASA process, the Mobility Fee Alternative Satisfaction Agreement. And so that would typically be looked at. I think the trick with those kind of projects is that you have to have enough money in a project in order to essentially pay for the entire improvement itself, or you would have to identify an additional funding source in order to contribute to that, in order to, depending on what the improvement that you're trying to achieve is. And so, to my knowledge, I think we've had only one of those done in the county, but that is, of course, an option that's available per the mobility fee ordinance itself. And as far as The question was, I'm sorry, your second question.
She expressed concerns about the substandard road status of Giles and asking if a second entrance would help on Bell Shoals.
So anytime there's a connection to a road that doesn't meet county standards or the nature of that connection has changed, we're going to evaluate a project. We're going to evaluate for substandard road improvements, whether those are triggered. And that's going to be a process that occurs in accordance with our rules and regulations, governing that whole process. And that's with respect to substandard road. And then I apologize that there was one other issue that you had.
The second entrance on Bell Shoals. She was asking if it was possible.
That's certainly something that's going to be, evaluated. Again, I don't think we have enough information in the record to evaluate whether or not that's something that can actually occur, and it would, I think, acquire additional. Again, I don't think we have enough information in the record at this time in order to definitively state whether or not, whether or not there is enough right-of-way there to accomplish that at this point in the process, given, again, with Euclidean PDs, all of this data isn't typically looked at until later. So it's something that's going to have to be looked at to determine whether or not that's possible. But
all right, and one last thing before I should have asked this when we were talking about mobility fees. The county spends them in the area in which they are collected, correct?
Correct. There are impact fee collection districts and then expenditure zones as well. So they are required to,
while it
to be spent in this area.
While it may not be in that specific intersection, it is in that zone, in the neighborhood, in the area in which the project occurs. Is that correct?
Correct. I mean, they can be a large area. So again, it's going to be up to the board to direct how those funds are ultimately allocated through the capital improvement project budgeting process.
All right, perfect. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Ms. Heinrich, anything else before I move on?
No, ma'am.
All right, then we'll go back. Ms. Corbett, it's time for a rebuttal.
Yes, I'd like to thank the neighbors who did come and speak. We'd had a very productive, good community meeting, and we did know that they were going to come and express their concerns. And I think we're getting a little off track in what the request is for the mobility fees. We're not talking about a Mufasa where we're talking about a capital improvement. What they're asking, and we support their request, is to appeal to the Board of County Commissioners. It's not something you as zoning hearing master, I don't think, can control. But what they're asking is to appeal to the Board of County Commissioners. The mobility fee districts, benefit districts, are very big, and they are seeking a commitment from this board to direct them in their actual neighborhood, because that's the concern, is that the mobility fees might be paid here, but directed miles and miles away that don't help them or help their situation in any way. So I just wanted to clarify that that's really what the request is. And then I'd like to have Steve Henry come up and address some of the other transportation issues.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Steve Henry, Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. As indicated, because this is Euclidean zoning, we didn't have to do a traffic study. One will be done as a part of the development process. And as part of that, we will evaluate whether it's one driveway or two, because as you know, the code specifically addresses the number of driveways that are required for a development based on the size of the development. So we'll have to evaluate that, whether it's one driveway or two driveways as a part of that. We'll also look at the turn lanes. In addition to that, looking at Giles Road and what the substandard nature of it, and what improvements may be necessary for that. So we'll look at that, and then also she talked about the site distance. We'll also have, as part of the design process, have to look at that and locate the driveway where it meets spacing criteria, and also if there is any site distance issues, be able to address those as a part of the design process.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. If you could please sign in.
Sure.
All right, Ms. Corbett, anything else? All right, then with that, we'll close rezoning 23-0846 and go to the next case.
Our next item is item D1, PD rezoning 23-0059. The applicant is requesting to rezone property zoned CN and AS1 to PD. Chris Graylenard with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You all set, Ryan?
Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Finch. My name is Mark Bentley, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa 33602, representing the applicant. I'm accompanied this evening by our engineer, Mr. Hung Mai, and also our professional land planner. It's Ryan Manassi. He's with Johnson Pope, formerly the director of our development coordinator with the city of Tampa up to last year, more or less. Our client has been in business at the subject property since 1986, which is roughly 37 years. And over time has established itself as a compatible, responsible corporate citizen. This is evidenced by the letters of support that I provided you. 3 of the residential properties located on Tom Folsom, directly north of the subject site, they've provided letters of support. These are single-family homes. A director from Grand Oak Glen subdivision, which is located directly west of the subject site on the west side of Tom Folsom. He provided letters in support as well. And along with the owner of the convenience store located at the northeast quadrant of Tom Folsom, directly south of and contiguous to the subject property, and then also a vacant piece of property that's zoned PD for a convenience store. We also received a letter in support as well. Development Services in its report has determined that the project with its limitations on use, setbacks, and height is consistent and compatible with the surrounding area. Note that a single-family home is part of the project and is at the north end of the site adjacent to another single-family use. The other single-family use has also provided a letter in support. We have limited the height for the project 35 feet, which, as you know, is the standard height for residential development under most of the standard zoning districts. In terms of any height increases, we've maxed out the FAR through this process, and it would be virtually impossible to actually go any higher than what we're proposing, which is a combination of heights. For example, there's an existing office on the property that's in the range of 25 feet. The proposed storage area, which is located directly to the east and west of a kind of I won't say abandoned, but a non-functional church, that is going to be 1 story, okay? So it could never be anything higher. This isn't like a conventional self-storage facility. Then the third component of the mixed-use project is a single-family home located directly to the north on Tom Folsom. The proposed storage would be enclosed, and it's 1 story, and so there'd be no opportunity to be 35 feet, like I said, because we've maxed out the FAR. To the east of the site is a church, which is inactive, and its parking lot. And I could show you here. Here's the church to the east. And we scaled that off to the best we could, and it came out to about 29 feet, roughly, in terms of height. So that would be to the east, along with its parking lot. In terms of setbacks and buffer, the client is proposing a separation of approximately 50 feet from the storage facility to the northern and eastern property lines. And this is 20 feet more than, or 20 feet would have been sufficient under a type B buffer, okay? So it's a combination of the type B with 20 feet more or less of retention, then some additional open space. So it's roughly 50 feet on the east side and the north side of the project, which abuts residential and this church to the east. So compatibility has been very thoroughly addressed in developing the site plan, which has been endorsed by Development Services. I want to talk about this distinction between rural versus urban, which is referenced in one of the agency reports. There's a suggestion in one of the reports that the area is rural in character along with rural densities. This portrayal doesn't necessarily accurately deserve this description. What I'd show you here. On this map, Ms. Finch, is I'm pointing at the subject property. And here's 2 letters in support. Anything in blue is a letter in support that I mentioned early on. And I gave you a copy of this.
Mr. Bentley, if you could pull that microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
towards you. There you go.
Okay. What I said is anything in blue, they've provided a letter in support, any one of these property owners. So for example, a member of the board of directors of this Glen Eden subdivision, he resides right there and gave us a letter in which you have. But in any event, back to the point I was going to make is rural in character in terms of density. I think it's even referenced in some of the backup is 1 unit per 5 acres. It's kind of like a, a standard, I guess you could say. But you can see here these subdivisions, and there's other subdivisions here. I don't have them on the aerial, but Ryan will go through it with you. Is these lots are in the range of 6,000 to 8,000 square feet. So you're getting net densities in the range of 6 units per acre, which is not rural in character. It's either suburban or urban, I guess is a fair way to put it. Also mentioned, we agree with Development Services' proposed conditions. I'd like to talk a little bit about the applicability of the commercial locational criteria. Note that over 1/2 acre of the subject property is already zoned CN. And when you kind of boil all this analysis down, the fundamental change for the project is actually the introduction of the enclosed storage, which is going to be 1 story. Other than that, all the other items or components exist. The single-family home, the office, and now we're talking about the storage, okay, which will be 1 story and fully enclosed.
Mr. Bentley, if I could interrupt you to that point.
Yeah.
If you could go back to the graphic, you could use the one you have on the overhead right now. Can you show me, just point to me, you said there's a single-family home on site. Show me where that is.
Right there.
All right. And then what are the other uses that are existing?
There's the office, which is roughly here. Okay, it's 2-story, about 30 feet, 29 feet in height.
And so that will serve as the contractor's office?
Correct.
All right, and there's no change proposed to that?
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So you have 1/2 acre, it's already zoned commercial. Like I said, they've been operating, I think, since roughly 1987, 37 years, whatever that comes out to. And without any problem, obviously, I mean, they've established themselves as a good corporate citizen and a good neighbor, and as a result, they actually received all these letters in support, pretty much unsolicited. So then directly to the south of the subject property on the corner, and Ryan will go over that, is a convenience store that was built in, I think, 1973. So that I guess, grandfather zoning, and the convenience store has been there for 50 years. And this is kind of interesting that the project's frontage on Tom Folsom would almost meet the CLC distance guidelines if it didn't include the single-family home and its frontage. So it's pretty ironic and unusual, to say the least, that including a residential component takes the frontage out of strict compliance with the CLC distance standard. Although not in any report, notably the county, with a positive recommendation from the Planning Commission, approved a convenience store with pumps located at the southwest quadrant of the intersection. And that would be Ms. Finch. This is Harney, this is Tom Folsom. And what I'm pointing to right now, that's approved through a PD, not meeting locational criteria for a convenience store with pumps. Also like to point out, maybe you're aware of it, the most recent draft of the CLC modifications or amendments to the land use element have increased the CLC distance, in this particular case, from 300 feet to 1,000 feet. Now, whether or not that gets enacted, but I'm just telling you that's where the planners weighed in and thought that was reasonable. So in this situation, assuming it was adopted, we probably wouldn't be having this discussion about the CLC. Also recognize that there are numerous existing Euclidean zone properties up and down these adjacent roads that are not going to go away. For example, the C store, like I mentioned, been there 50 years. Finally, with respect to confirming compatibility, the transportation staff report concludes that eliminating the commercial zoning of the property, just taking out the CN, worst case scenario, and permitting the uses to, or committing the uses to office, the residential unit in the one-story enclosed storage, the ADT for the land will be reduced by over 2,700 trips a day. And it's pretty significant in the AM peak and it's in the PM peak, and that's in your backup as well. So obviously that's a significant benefit to the public health, safety, and welfare in this area of the community. Now I'd like to introduce Mr. Ryan Manassi. He's going to go through some of the planning issues and walk you through the site plan. Okay?
You've got about a little over 5 minutes left.
Okay.
I'll be quick. Ryan Manassi, Johnson Pope 401 East Jackson Street, Suite 3100. Good evening. Let me fast forward a few slides. So just a trail on what Mr. Bentley was speaking about. This is the development pattern to the west of the subject site. So the subject site is outlined in yellow. And then the highlighted blue are those subdivisions that we're calling more of a medium density or suburban scale. So you could see, like we were stating, there are 6,000 square foot lots. This was approved recently for 103 dwelling units. Moving south, which is immediately adjacent to our subject site, you have lots that range from 7,800 square feet to 8,100 square feet. And there was 87 dwelling units approved. And then this is that corner that Mark was talking about where there's a C-store approval and then 28 dwelling units. And then adjacent to that, there's 6,000 square foot lots and there's 47 approved. So just to kind of give you an idea of the general makeup of the area. Now, generally going over the site plan, it's outlined in blue and shaded in yellow here. This is the existing convenience store that was built in 1973. This is the contractor office, and these would be storage buildings enclosed. And this hatched area is the proposed. As stated previously, the residential single-family component is right here. And as Mark stated, barring that lot, we would almost meet this, well, we'd be within some of the commercial locational criteria. Obviously not the 75% that would be required, but we ranged to about 40%.
What is the hatched area?
That's the proposed storage. And I'll show you, it'll probably come up easier on the next slide. So just generally real quick, 2.51 acres and one dwelling unit on 0.25 acres. And that's that single dwelling unit again, that's on the north on Tom Folsom Road. And then the remainder of the property is going to be that 2.26 acres at that 0.25 FER. Additionally, just to point out, we did have the county engineer deem our administrative variances approvable for transportation. And if you have any additional questions, Mr. Hung Mai is here to address those. Now this might better explain the site a little bit. So the blue is the existing and the yellow is the proposed. And as Mark stated, we wouldn't be able to exceed one level of this proposed structure. Now this is the enclosed storage for the contractor office. So again, existing structure, enclosed storage, single family dwelling, and then the proposed enclosed storage.
I see, that's helpful, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And now going into the site plan, I highlighted the buffer and the VUA that surrounds our proposed PD. It was stated that we were providing the 20-foot type B buffer, and that's at green that you see here. North will be to the right hand and east will be to the bottom of the screen. And then that light blue is the retention area. And then that additional open space that Mark was stating was on each side of this. So generally on this side, you almost have 50 feet of open space buffer and screening. And additionally here, about 47 to 50 feet. So we did our best to try to move this as close as we could to the commercial node in order to contain that type of development and make this operation function. Something to point out, again, this office has been there since, or actually our client has operated his business here since 1986. So all the buildings that I showed you previously in blue are those existing structures operating as such. And this proposed enclosed storage is just merely adding that component for his operations. So the only new aspect of that, again, is that proposed storage building. And you can also see the internal pedestrian connections that we provided for previous comments that we had through our sufficiency reviews and such. Now this is just a general makeup of the zoning of the area. So I just wanted to put this on screen. So you have CN, you have the AS1, you have some, obviously the multiple PDs we kind of already talked about for those subdivisions. You do have some AR, you have commercial general, and then further down southwest you have additional commercial general. You have this little blotch of commercial neighborhood as well. So a mixture of zoning districts. As far as our CLC justification, we just want to point out in that policy 22.8 the waiver is based on the compatibility of the use, additionally, the surrounding area and its unique circumstances that are specific. And we do think that our request meets the intent of this policy. We're confident that the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The zoning lot is uniquely shaped. The intersection for the quadrant of the CLC is not that perfect perpendicular intersection. It's this cantered, you want to call it like a parallelogram shape, to get that CLC requirement in there. We have a mix of zoning categories on the lot as well in the surrounding area. And as Mark mentioned, immediately catty corner, there was a CLC waiver approval previously for that C-store. And again, this is an existing, for the most part, existing operation with the exception of the proposed storage that we're proposing. We are giving the code required buffers and additional space and limiting the height to that 35 feet. Now, this is just visually showing that CLC draft, and I know it wasn't approved like Mark stated, but it does state in the Res 4 we would have that 1,000 feet for the quadrant. This is the home immediately to the north of the PD. So the structure would be more along behind this area here. As you can see, there's numerous large oak trees and other additional buffering that would probably make it impossible to see this proposed structure. With that, I know I'm running out of time, so I'll just respectfully request your approval and we'll go from there.
Thank you. Mr. Bentley, does that conclude your presentation?
Yeah, we can cover some territory on rebuttal.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Development Services.
Good evening. Chris Ground-Lenard, planner with Development Services. Here to present PD 230059. The applicant is proposing to rezone from the existing AS1 and CN to PD to develop a contractor's office with an enclosed storage and one residential dwelling unit. The approximate 2.51 acre property is comprised of 3 parcels. One folio 61036 is zoned AS1, agricultural single family with a single family home. Folio 61039 is zoned AS1. Folio 61046 is a contractor's office with enclosed storage and zoned commercial neighborhood. The subject property is located in the general location of 400 feet northeast of the intersection of Harney Road and Tom Folsom Road. The applicant proposes a contractor's office with enclosed storage and one residential unit. The area consists of single-family residential, commercial, and institutional. The general area to the north, the subject property is directly adjacent to single-family residential, zoned AS1. To the south, the subject property is adjacent to commercial. Additionally, directly to the south, across Harney Road, is a school. To the east, the subject property is adjacent to a church, zoned RSC4. Directly to the west, across Tom Folsom Road, is single-family residential, zone PD. The subject property is designated R4 on the subject future land use map. The Planning Commission found the proposed use inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. The subject property is directly adjacent to a gas station convenience store, commercial to the south. The applicant has provided appropriate buffering and screening to residential according to the Land Development Code requirements in section 60606. The commercial use maximum height will match residential of 35 feet. The applicant intends to only utilize enclosed storage, which mitigates compatibility concerns for open storage. Further mitigation is provided by the proposed home being located along the northwest boundary of the PD, which is closest proximity to the single-family residential to the north. Also, the proximity to the property to Tom Folsom Road, a major collector, is conducive to higher levels of commercial traffic. Therefore, the rezoning of the subject parcel from AS1 and CN to PD with contractor's office with enclosed storage and residential dwelling use would be consistent with the existing zoning pattern of the area. Based on the residential 4 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses for the PD district, staff finds the request approvable, subject to the proposed conditions. That concludes my staff report. Glad to answer any questions you might have.
I do. The existing office, and if there is, excuse me, if there is enclosed storage in that CN area, is that currently permitted?
In the CN?
Yes, the office, I believe Mr. Bentley testified that the office is in the CN zoning district. Is that a permitted use currently?
In CN?
Yes, office is permitted in CN.
And if there is the existing enclosed storage, is that permitted in the CN?
In association with the contractor's office? Let me
Yes.
just double check.
Yeah, we'll double check the code.
Ms. Heinrich, we can go on to the Planning Commission. We can circle back with that question.
Yeah, in CG, enclosed storage would be permitted to be.
CN.
CN, yeah, commercial.
CN, no.
So the office is permitted?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. That was my only
Sure.
question.
Thank
you
you.
so much. Planning Commission.
Jillian Massey, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is in the residential 4 future land use category. It's in the rural area and located within the limits of the Thona-Tisasa Community Plan. Residential 4 future land use designation is intended for residential, suburban scale neighborhood commercial, office uses, and multipurpose projects. The proposed density and intensity are consistent with what can be considered in the residential 4 category. 1 dwelling unit is proposed on a 1/4 acre, and 24,611 square feet of non-residential uses are proposed on the remaining 2.26 acres. However, the area mainly contains public, institutional, and low-density residential uses. The proposed development is more intense in nature and will not allow the area to remain rural in character. Therefore, the proposal is inconsistent with Objective 8 and Policy 8.1 of the future land use element. The proposed rezoning does not meet the intent of the future land use element Objective 16 and associated policies relating to neighborhood protection. Although the proposal includes mitigative measures, including buffers and stormwater retention, the proposed enclosed 35-foot tall storage building is located farthest away from the intersection and out of scale with the surrounding single-family dwellings, which are mainly single-story. While the site meets Policy 16.5, proposing the storage building set back from the roadway negates the intent, which is to put the higher intensity non-residential uses on the major roads and not nearby the neighborhoods. Objective 12-1 and Policy 12-1.4 of the Community Design Component discuss how new development shall be compatible with the established character of the surrounding area. The development pattern and character of this area mainly contains a gas station, which is located in existing CN zoning district, a church and an elementary school, which are residential support uses, and single-family residential homes. The proposed contractor office and storage building is not compatible with the surrounding development pattern. The subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria in accordance with Objective 22 of the future land use element. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the waiver request and cannot identify any unique circumstances to recommend waiving the commercial locational criteria as single-family residential already exists on the site. Therefore, Planning Commission staff recommends that the waiver is not granted. The site is within the limits of the Thona-Tasassa Community Plan. The proposed plan development does not meet the intent of the plan as it strives to protect the area's rural character and to make the downtown a focal point of commercial activity. The proposed contractor office with enclosed storage does not support these strategies. And based on these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed plan development is inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone that would like to speak in support? They're in the room or online? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to the request? Seeing no one, Development Services, anything
Nothing
else?
further.
Okay, Mr. Bentley?
Yeah, just a couple brief comments, then I'll turn it back over to Ryan. With respect to compatibility, as I mentioned, the contractor's office has been out there for roughly 37 years, so they've established a very good track record in terms of being a responsible corporate citizen and compatible with the area. We're getting letters in support from residential properties that abut the subject property. And then with respect to the Thona-Tasassa plan, we're a long way from downtown, I think over a mile, okay? And when you actually try and go downtown from one of the routes from our the subject property, you pass by a lot of grandfathered vested zoning, so it's a real mixed bag out there, I guess, to say the least. But here, Ryan?
Ryan Manassi for the record. I just want to point out on screen, on the left-hand side is from the Development Services staff report. The highlighted area, just to hit a couple points, they find that it provides, our proposed request provides appropriate buffering and screening for the residential. It utilizes enclosed storage to mitigate compatibility concerns. It further mitigates, further mitigation provided by having the residential in the northern part of the PD, again, kind of tucking that or keeping that existing character. And then it's also consistent with the existing zoning pattern in the area and making that this PD request compatible. And on the right-hand side of the screen is from the Planning Commission report, although they did find us inconsistent, they do state that the proposed density and intensity are consistent with what can be considered in the Res 4. So I'd just like to put that on the record. And then going into the commercial locational criteria, what I try to do here is just add some visuals. I mean, we've probably all seen the comprehensive plan where you give that perfect perpendicular 300 feet quadrant. The yellow line indicates the property line, and I just superimposed 300 feet on to Tom Folsom. As you can see, we lose a lot of commercial locational criteria area there, as well as if I apply it to Harney Road, you lose all the right-of-way area there. So what I just try to do is just kind of visually show what does that 300 foot look like for this quadrant. And this shaded area would be the existing convenience store, and this parallelogram shape would generally be our commercial locational criteria, that 300 feet. And as you can see, almost the majority of our proposed structure falls within that. So we did try to provide adequate buffer, code-required buffer, additional open space, and that retention area to further push this structure as much as we possibly could. Sorry, Mr. Hung Mai just gave me something, so. So also, just some points. The storage is accessory use for the contractor use. The main use is that contractor office. The location of the new storage is tucked inside and away and not as visible from the public right-of-way. Again, if you're standing on Tom Folsom Road looking over that single-family home, you're not going to see this proposed structure. The idea of this PD mixed use is encouraged by the PC, and although we're in the rural area, it is one of those live-work environments, so it's something kind of cool out there. It's typically almost a mixed-use project. Some of the things on screen I'd like to show you is generally our project area. So I just generally measured it from the intersection. It's around 554 feet. So it's not like this is overly intrusive outside of the commercial locational criteria. And it's also less than a half a mile south of US 301. And then I already went over this slide, so I'll keep it moving. That's that convenience store we talked about, and that did have a CLC waiver, immediately catty corner to the subject site. Going southwest on Harney Road, you're going to run into this existing contractor office / open storage / nursery or whatever else may be. So again, moving about 1,200 feet southwest onto Harney Road. Next to that, you have a distribution warehouse. So again, trying to show you what's actually out there, and this is not a typical rural environment. This was a PD that was approved in 2018. So here's that distribution and the landscape contractor. So that yellow highlighted area, where in the Planning Commission and zoning found it consistent and compatible, and they were doing open storage as well as a enclosed storage as a primary use, and it was found compatible and consistent at 35 feet. And then further down the way, southwest, about 0.8 miles, you have the Hillsborough County Transportation Bus Depot, so a large open storage component. And just to put on the record again, we do feel that we meet unique circumstances for this CLC waiver. Again, this is an predominantly existing use, and that storage component is accessory to the primary use. And with that, we would respectfully request your support.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Then with that, we'll close rezoning PD 23-0059 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item D2, PD rezoning 23-0109. The applicant is requesting to rezone property zoned AR to PD. Sam Ball with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation. And you should have a revised staff report that corrects the community plan area and overlay, as well as I think Mr. Ball added some additional conditions of approval.
Okay, thank you so much. And I believe the applicant is virtual?
That's correct.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Go ahead, give us your name and address.
Sure, my name is Steve Schmidt. My address is 5545 Wildwood Drive, Reno, Nevada. And I'm going to share our presentation. Okay, so I'm here representing Panamint Holdings. We are the parent company of the Panamint Sims Road LLC, which is the owner of the property, and the project is the Sunshine Acres Mobile Home Park project. Just some quick background on Panamint Holdings. We're a leading real estate developer in industrial and multifamily properties. We've got experience across numerous types of development projects. We've developed a reputation for developing projects with a flexible and creative approach. And our management team has a pretty diverse background, including civil engineering, legal, and real estate specific experience. So this is a picture of the park itself, the location on 7515 Sims Road in Gibsonton. The property is a fairly narrow rectangle. It's approximately 4.9 acres. And as you can see, the uses around it are primarily residential with a mix of fairly high density single family and low density single family. So like I mentioned, the current use is a mobile home park. There are currently 14 homes on the property, and the project is proposing to increase the number of units from 14 to 24. So just a little bit of background on the property itself. It's been used as a mobile home park since at least the 1980s and possibly earlier. We don't know exactly when it was originally constructed. In the past, the property had up to 27 units, and at some point, the property basically fell into poor condition, and it's our understanding that many of the units were removed at some point. Just some other pictures, you can see most of the units were still there in 2004 and in 2010. By 2015, you can see that many of them were removed. And then the last picture is from 2021. And at this point, it's to its current state of 14 units. We purchased the property in 2020. from the owner at that time. I believe purchased it in 2018, and he increased the number of units to 14. So some improvements we've completed since 2020 are renovations to many of the existing mobile homes, including replacing flooring, replacing AC units, and adding awnings to all of the doors on all of the units in the park. The septic system that was in place when we purchased it was old and or not built to code. So we essentially replaced the entire system in the park. Just another one is we've been now appropriately managing the vegetation on the property. So this is the picture of the proposed layout. You can see the access to Sims Road at the north end of the property. That is the existing access, and the proposed road follows the existing access road on the property. It would be increased in size, and we would add the fire department turnaround at the back of the property. You can see the existing units that are on the property. There's 14 of them. Two of them kind of in the back. There's a group of 6 along the middle, and then another group of 6 close to the front. The additional 10 units would be added in the spaces that you can see allocated on the plan. And additionally, we'd be adding a sidewalk along Sims Road and then all the way along the access road through the property. We'd be adding a bike rack and moving the mailboxes to the location shown where there's a turnout in the access road. And then this is just describing, I meant to mention also that we'll be adding parking stalls for all of the homes, the existing and the new ones. So the project site is currently zoned AR. The future land use code is suburban mixed use 6, which would allow for 6 units per acre, which would be up to a total of 29 acres, where we're asking for 24. So what we're requesting is zoning change from AR to PD to allow for the maximum of 24 units. The project will require one waiver, and that's to reduce the setback from the mobile homes to the property lines on the west side from 25 to 15 feet. And that is to account for some of the existing units that currently are within that, what would be that 25-foot buffer. Project will also require 2 administrative variances, one for driveway spacing from other existing driveways and one for a substandard road. And then just quickly, some benefits to the county, new affordable housing units in an impacted area, the improved park for the existing residents, and use fees paid per county requirements on a per unit basis. And that's all of our presentation, so I look forward to any questions or concerns.
None at this time. I think you covered it well, so thank you very much. We'll go to Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Sam Ball, Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant is requesting a zone change from agricultural rural to planned development in order to increase the number of mobile home spaces from 14 to 24. The property fronts the south side of Sims Road, approximately 0.6 miles east of US Highway 41, and is currently developed as a mobile home park with 14 spaces. A non-conforming use finding that approved the site to operate as a mobile home park with 14 spaces was issued on August 2nd, 2019. The surrounding zoning and development pattern consists of single-family dwellings and vacant land. The properties to the north across from Sims Road are zoned and developed for single-family use. Includes a subdivision with 233 dwellings under a PD and RSC4 zonings. The abutting property to the south is zone PD and with the potential to be developed with up to 17 single-family dwellings. The property is currently developed for use as a single-family residence. The 2 abutting properties to the east are zoned AS1 and are developed for single-family use. and the abutting property to the west is residential show business and is currently undeveloped. If PD 230109 is approved, the increase of 10 mobile homes from 14 to 24 would result in a density increase from 2.06 to 4.94 dwellings per acre. As the applicant said, the approval would include a waiver to LDC 611-110I5, which would reduce the minimum setback from the western property line from 25 to 15 feet. The other perimeter setbacks would be 50 feet from the front to the north, 25 feet from the south and east, and a 5-foot type A buffer would also be required along the south, east, and west property boundaries. And the approval would include the administrative variance for Sims Road as a substandard roadway, as well as an administrative variance for access spacing along Sims Road. The applicant's waiver request to reduce the minimum side yard setback from the western property line is due to the location of existing mobile homes. Staff finds that due to the nature of the potential uses of residential show business zone property to the west, the proposed 15-foot setback is adequate separation to mitigate the impacts of the mobile home park upon the neighboring property. Based on the existing conditions within the proposed planned development, the surrounding zoning and existing development pattern in the area, staff finds proposed development compatible with existing uses and recommends approval subject to conditions. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Jillian Massey, Planning Commission. The subject site's in the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. It's in the urban service area and located within the limits of the Gibsonton and South Shore area-wide systems community plans. The proposed planned development meets the minimum density required for properties within the urban service area by providing 24 single-family residential units or mobile homes on a 4.86 acre site, which is consistent with the density expected in the SMU 6 category. The proposal also meets the intent of policy 1.4, as this site is mainly surrounded by similar compatible uses such as single-family residential and vacant residential land. A portion of the southwestern corner of the site is within the coastal high hazard area per policy 10.21 of the future land use element. The development of new mobile homes is prohibited in the coastal high hazard area. The applicant has agreed to a condition of approval that states that no new mobile homes will be developed on the portion of the site within the coastal high hazard area, and this condition of approval is essential to a finding of consistency by the Planning Commission staff. The applicant is proposing a 5-foot landscape buffer along the south and east property boundaries and a 25-foot setback on the northern property boundary. The subject property is surrounded by predominantly single-family lots and mobile home parks. The application is consistent with Objective 16 and associated policies in the future land use element. The request is consistent with Goal 2 of the Gibsonton Community Plan, as the proposal is revitalizing an older residential area, replacing a previous mobile home park and offering a range of housing choices. The Gibsonton Community Plan also includes a walkability strategy in Goal 2 that states, provide sidewalks along Sims Road and along all roadways fronting new developments. The proposed site plan will provide 6-foot sidewalks on Sims Road as well as along the frontage of each mobile home lot. In addition, the proposal is consistent with Goal 4 of the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Community Plan, as it is providing housing opportunities for a range of income groups with units ranging in size. And based on these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the audience or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. All right. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
Yes, I'm sorry, and Mr. Schmidt might have said this, I may have missed it. If he would be able to come on, we just need to verify that he is with Panamint Sims Road LLC. The person we have on here from there is Ryan Meyer, so we just need to make sure he's with the same company. And if he did say that, I apologize.
Mr. Schmidt.
Yes, I am with that company.
All right, thank you so much. Then you have the last word if you'd like it, but you don't have to take it.
I don't have anything else if there's no further questions.
All right, nothing at this time. Thank you so much. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 23-0109 and go to the next case.
Our next item is item D4, Major Mod Application 23-0414. The applicant is requesting a major modification to PD 060848. Tim Lampkin with Development Services will provide staff findings, and you should have received a revised staff report. And in that report, it is amending the cover page to include a parking variation, amending condition 18 to make it specific to only apply to the area of the major modification, and to add an underline to a missing new condition, number 1.7.
Okay, thank you so much. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, Kevin Reale with Stearns & Miller Law Firm, 401 East Jackson Street. So the request this evening, as pointed out, is just a portion of the PD. You can see the thick gray line is the boundary of the PD, and then the darker black line is the boundary for the major modification, which covers roughly 5.5 acres. Generally located in the southwest portion of the PD, in the northeast quadrant of the intersection with Gibsonton Drive and 75. Future land use map. You can note that the PD itself has a mix of CMU 12 and SMU 6. And then the zoning map, which shows the larger PD in the area surrounded with the red line, and then a mix of various uses, residential, non-residential, commercial, both north and south of Gibsonton Drive, because this portion of the area north of Gibsonton is not in the PD. And so really this application is a story of two different processes. The request that we have is very straightforward. It's to increase the hotel floor area. Hotel is already a permitted use in this area of the PD from 68,880 square feet to 81,000 square feet with no change in the number of rooms. And that's simply to change the hotel type to a extended stay hotel. So the applicant is intending to develop with that type of hotel, and the rooms are a bit bigger, and so they need a little bit more square footage. And then along with that request is a variation to the number of required parking spaces, which is proposed at 1 per room, consistent with the IT. I'll go over that a little bit later. So that's the limit of the request here. And then there are some other changes noted in the conditions and in working with staff. And Planning Commission staff and Transportation staff in particular were very patient with us. It took us a long time to get through. This PD had 3 prior PRS applications, and so this being the 4th modification, it was difficult to clean up the entitlements and the transportation conditions to reflect the current conditions today. And by working with staff, we were able to get there. So I'm going to go over the cleanup request briefly. It's touched on the staff reports, but really I just want to mention it, and if you have questions, we'll answer them, but we don't need to go into the depth that we went in with staff to get here today. So to deal with entitlements, we use policy 19.3 for a mixed-use bonus in the existing flex approval, which was part of the existing approval. And then with transportation staff, you can see circled here in red, it says last parcel to develop, and then we have this future right-of-way area here circled. And what's happening here is FDOT and transportation staff want this old Gibsonton Drive, this roadway here, to eventually connect through the PD. And there are conditions in place to make that happen, but as development progresses, the opportunity to locate that right-of-way gets smaller and smaller. And as that happens, we have to show where that right-of-way is going to be to ensure that future access spacing can be met and future design can actually be established, because none of that is known here. And so in the prior version, it's a little confusing, but this larger area here was the last parcel to develop, and it gave a range of areas that the right-of-way could be located. And what we've worked out with transportation staff is the right-of-way is going to be somewhere in here, which is, it's almost exact. There's some extra feet there, but it's pretty close. It's going to be designed in that area. And then this area here will be the last parcel to develop. And you'll notice all the arrows added to the plan. There wasn't enough space here to have all these access points. And so what will happen eventually is the access will come in through this future right-of-way, and then these parcels will have cross-access so that access spacing is properly achieved. Oh, and I'll also note on that page there are existing waivers. We're not changing any of the waivers. So the Development Services staff noted no waivers. There are existing waivers. We're just not changing them, and some of them are not applicable to the property. As noted, Planning Commission staff worked with us on the entitlements, and then once we got to a final place with them, the staff found the request consistent, noted compatibility with the development pattern and with neighborhood protection policies and commercial locational criteria, and then, of course, the flex and the 19.3 bonus that I already mentioned. Transportation staff, I already noted the issues with the right-of-way, the second point, but there are other transportation parts of the application. With no change in rooms, the way the ITE measures a hotel's impact to the transportation network is by room count, not by the size of the development. So with no changes to the room count, there are no changes in trip generation. So there's no study with this application and no projected change in daily trips. And then transportation staff reviewed our request for the 1 space per room parking count. We submitted data with consistent with the ITE. ITE calculates the parking rate at about 1 per room, and that's with the complete study. There's actually a high level of confidence. I'm going from memory here, but something around 95% confidence that it's closer to 0.8 per room. But that's not what the applicant was after anyway. So we're happy to use the 0.99 number, which was what was submitted, and transportation staff supported that request with a condition to add some bicycle parking. Zoning staff concurred with the consistency mentioned by the Planning Commission and the approvals that the transportation staff, there really wasn't too much to work through with compatibility or site design with zoning staff. It was really more working with Planning Commission and transportation. And with that, we do have a transportation engineer and civil engineer here. Are there any questions? I should note, while at the meeting today, I got a call from the council for the landowner to the west asking about the stormwater permitting for the roadway and stormwater retention for that right-of-way that I had pointed out. And I said that I would mention it on the record. The way the conditions are written, it's not clear who will construct that road. It's possible that the county would ask for the right-of-way and construct it if development happens in a certain way. And if it happens in another way, then the applicant may be on the hook to, or I should have said the landowner, not necessarily the applicant, may be on the hook to build that road. But whatever gets built, and whoever builds it, it'll have to comply with swift mud and provide the appropriate amount of drainage, et cetera. And so to alleviate the concern with stormwater, we would just say that the future permitting would require that roadway have adequate stormwater capacity. With that, we'll answer any questions, and I have a packet to submit to the record, basically, which is zoning history in this presentation in case there are questions or questions that we didn't anticipate here at BOCC.
No questions at this time. I read all of the backup, so I understand the request, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Tim Lampkin, Development Services. For major modification 23-0414. The subject site is currently undeveloped. It's located in the northeast quadrant of Interstate 75 and Gibsonton Drive. The site is surrounded on the north and the east by other properties within the same PD. The property to the west that was mentioned is subject to PD 99-0735, which is approved for up to 159 dry boat storage spaces, 100 RV storage spaces, some 1,300 residential units, office, retail, RV maintenance, and a 70-room hotel. South of the subject site is a right-of-way for Interstate 75 North and Gibsonton Road. Directly south across Gibsonton is a commercial zoned property developed with an office building. The applicant's request to expand the hotel's buildable square footage to allow up to 81,000 square feet through the use of Comprehensive Plan Policy 19.1 mixed-use bonus with no change, as the applicant stated, in the number of rooms within the hotel, while maintaining the number of hotel rooms at 125, and to reduce the parking spaces required for the hotel use from 138 to 125 pursuant to the PD variation for the parking. The applicant does not request any variations to the land development codes, part 6.06.00. The applicants submitted, or any additional on top of the ones that have already been approved. The applicant submitted a PD variation for a reduction in the required parking rate for the project's hotel uses. The land development code, as the applicant stated, requires 1.1 parking spaces per hotel room. As such, 138 parking spaces would normally be required. The applicant proposed a parking rate of 1 space per room for 125. Per LDC section 6.05.02.p.1, which permits the administrator to reduce the number of required auto parking spaces by 5% in exchange for provisions such as bicycle parking. Given the above, staff has proposed a condition which would permit the developer to construct 125 parking spaces to serve the proposed hotel uses, provided they also construct 6 bicycle spaces meeting LDC requirements. The uses proposed are unchanged, as was stated, and still remain compatible based upon the adjacent zonings, the uses identified in the report. Staff finds proposed PD zoning district compatible with the existing surrounding zoning districts and established development pattern in the area. The subject site will comply with and conform with other applicable policies and regulations, and the proposed development would allow for development that's consistent with the county's comprehensive plan. Based upon the above, staff finds the request approvable, unless you have any questions.
Not at this time.
Okay,
Thank you so
thank
much.
you.
Planning Commission.
Jillian Massey, Planning Commission staff. The subject properties in the community mixed-use 12 and suburban mixed-use 6 future land use categories. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan. Objective 1 and future land use element policies 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4, as it provides growth in the urban service area. These policies discuss growth in the urban service area. The proposed major modification is compatible with the development pattern in the area as required in policy 1.4. Much of the area contains planned development zoning developed with various uses such as multifamily residential housing and retail commercial. Objective 8 enables the future land use map, and policy 8.1 mandates the range of acceptable land uses in each classification. Policy 8.2 requires all development to be compliant with the future land use element of the comprehensive plan, and the proposed development does meet the intent of the future land use category. The proposed plan development is consistent with the neighborhood protection policies under the future land use element, Objective 16. Specifically, future land use element policy 16.1 focuses on the protection of neighborhoods through locational criteria for non-residential uses. Policy 16.2 calls for the gradual transition of intensities between land uses. The proposed development is consistent with this policy direction, as the non-residential land uses are proposed at the end of the cul-de-sac and it's closer to Interstate 75, serving as a buffer for the multifamily residential to the east. This arrangement of uses is also consistent with policy 16.5, which seeks to focus more intensive development along arterials and collector roadways into areas outside of existing and developing neighborhoods. The subject property the property is subject to commercial locational criteria pursuant to future land use element policy 22.2. The maximum building square footage permitted for the neighborhood serving commercial uses per quadrant is 175,000 square feet in the suburban mixed use 6 future land use category. The property occupies the northeast quadrant of the intersection and is within the required distance of the intersection. The site is located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan in the residential district. Although the proposed development would not support the vision of the residential district by developing a mix of commercial uses on the southern portion of the site, Goal 4 calls for internal and external pedestrian connections, for providing a safe and efficient multimodal system within Riverview. The community plan also envisions connecting pedestrians with public places such as parks, and overall, the proposed project is consistent with the intent of the community plan. And based on these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? See no one. Anyone in opposition? No one. Ms. Heinrich?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Sir, you have the last word if you'd like it.
Again, Kevin Reale for the record, and just say we have support from all of the different staff departments and request approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And then with that, we'll close major modification 23-0414 and go to the last case.
Our next item is item D5, major mod application 23-0578. The applicant is requesting a major modification to PD 04-1476. Sam Ball with Development Services has reviewed this and will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right. Is the applicant here?
Sorry, chit-chatting with Steve. Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, Kerry Wisdom, and his entity, South Creek LLC. So this site is located just west of US 301, south of Alder Green Drive. For a relative development in the proximity to the north, the parcel is approved for retail, a drive-through restaurant, and a potential medical office. Again, 301 to the west. To the south is land that is owned by Tico, and then to the west is a single-family residential neighborhood. So to go into a bit of a brief history on the zoning of this site, this was originally zoned to PD back in 2005. There was a major modification that came along back in 2012. This major mod's important because it designated 70,000 square feet of BPO uses west of 301. So that's essentially two parcels within this PD. There's what we've coined the northern parcel, which is the parcel shown in blue, and then the parcel that is the subject of the application before you this evening, which is shown in red. And then you can see the limits of the PD shown in gray, which includes, again, the two commercial parcels along 301, and then the single-family residential neighborhood. And fast forward to last year in 2022, there was another major modification that introduced not just BPO uses, but specifically commercial general uses on the northern parcel, 21,000 square feet of commercial uses there. In a very, very boiled down, succinct summary, we're requesting a smaller amount, but essentially the same request for this major modification on the property outlined in red. So currently the site today is approved for a daycare that has been permitted and constructed already, both the building and the associated infrastructure, the access drive, but it's also entitled to a 15,000 square foot medical office building. So this is just over 25,000 square feet of entitlements. And the request that we have before you this evening is essentially to substitute this 15,000 square foot medical office with an 8,000 square foot commercial neighborhood restaurant. So as you can see, the overall entitlement ceiling for the subject property is decreasing by about 7,000 square feet. So one of the major components, I believe there's two that I want to touch on with this presentation. The first one is compatibility, and the question isn't whether this site is suitable for commercial uses, right? There's commercial uses on the site today. The question that is being posed with this application is this specific restaurant use compatible with the surrounding area? So in looking at compatibility, it's important to look at all four sides of the land. So to the north, as mentioned, that is approved for a drive-through restaurant, for about 20,000 square feet of retail for medical office. To the east, It's an arterial roadway, US 301. It's a state-owned roadway that's a very, very high volume traffic generator. To the south, again, that Tico land, that is actually zoned agricultural. And then to the west is a single-family neighborhood. And we are being very transparent in saying that this is the most significant component of compatibility, is making sure that this restaurant is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And this isn't just a restaurant that we're proposing. This is a very, very, very specific restaurant. We've worked extensively with Planning Commission to craft 10 different or 10 additional conditions of approval to make sure that this restaurant is compatible with the neighborhood. And this isn't compatibility measured by my scale, by my client's scale. This is compatibility that, again, Planning Commission has found this application consistent based on these commitments that we are making that will be approved, hopefully, with this major modification. So I want to go into detail on a couple of these. The first one is setbacks. We are committing to a minimum 90-foot setback from the western property line, and that's where that single-family residential neighborhood is. And then we're also committing to an 140-foot minimum setback from the north property line, which is Alder Green Drive. So essentially, this northwest corner of the building is locked in place. The building could move east, it could move towards 301, it can move south, closer, to the daycare that's built today, more adjacent to the Tico land, but it cannot move any further west than as shown on the site plan and as listed in the conditions of approval. So that 90-foot setback from our western property line inherently introduces a 146-foot setback from the nearest single-family home. What is 146 feet? Well, I can show you what 153 feet is, and it's the width of a football field, to give you an idea of the amount of separation that will occur between the restaurant and the closest single-family home. The next component I want to address with compatibility is buffering. So the code requires a 20-foot type B buffer between the restaurant that as a commercial use and the adjacent residential use. Not only are we committing to this 20-foot type B buffer, but we're committing to make this an enhanced buffer. We've done this on some prior applications in the past, and the way this typically plays out in permitting is we just reduce the tree spacing. So while code requires trees to be planted at 20 feet on center, we'll plant at 15 feet on center. So you're getting more trees in the buffer, so you're getting a denser tree canopy and enhanced buffering as a result. So I'll summarize the rest of the conditions of approval. Again, these are in the record and in the staff report, but we're committing that the restaurant not exceed 1 story in height, so this will just be a 1-story restaurant. We're providing a pedestrian sidewalk to Alder Green Drive. We are limiting the hours of operation, so this restaurant will be closed at 10 p.m. It's not going to be open late. It will also comply with all lighting standards, so there will be no spillage at the property line to the west. And then we're also committing to prohibiting illuminated signage on the western portion of the building. This was suggested by Planning Commission, and we added that one in. So any kind of illuminated building facade signage will be either on that frontage facing Alder Green Drive or the frontage facing US 301. I think the second component that's worth addressing in this presentation is that this application is an overall reduction in traffic, not just a reduction in daily trips, not just a reduction in 1 a.m. or p.m. peak hour. This is an overall full reduction to the traffic that is approved currently on this site. So we're, with the restaurant instead of the medical office, we have a decrease in 141 daily trips, a decrease in 12 trips in the a.m. peak hour, and a decrease of 94 trips in the p.m. peak hour. So again, less traffic on the road with this application opposed to the site's existing entitlements today. So we did do some community outreach, and I want to touch on this just briefly for a couple of minutes. The neighborhood was kind enough to invite us to attend their neighborhood meeting last Saturday, and we've had a couple follow-up meetings since then, and it's been very, very helpful to get a background of what their concerns are and then also what we can do to help them. And I will let them speak as well. I don't want to put words in their mouth, but it seemed to us, and in terms of our different discussions that we've had, that a lot of the concerns are regarding traffic, but not traffic from the restaurant, not traffic from the existing medical office, but pre-existing condition traffic concerns that they're experiencing today. And while, we can't mitigate speeding on public roads, and we can't force people to not use a specific road as a cut through, we can't force DOT to give us an access point on 301, and we can't install a signal. I mean, there's limits to what we can do, but we're a part of this community and we want to work with them as a partner. So from those meetings, we came up with a few different things that we could do that are in our control, and those are shown on the screen, and we're happy to add those in as different conditions of approval. But that's, as you can see on the screen, installing no left turn signage at the property line, encouraging people leaving the site to exit and get on 301 and not drive through the neighborhood. The developer, who's the property owner, he's offered to engage with local police and offer for them to use this subject site as a staking place so they can leave some of their squad cars there. So hopefully, people who are using this as a cut through will see a police car there every time when they drive by, and it will hopefully reduce speeding in the neighborhood. And then he's agreed to attend regular meetings with the community once the restaurant has been open, so we can make sure that none of the operations of the restaurant are affecting or having any kind of negative impacts on the community. So I will leave off with this. We're very proud to have staff's recommendation of approval on this request, and not just from Development Services, but as I alluded to earlier, from every single reviewing department. Planning Commission found this application consistent. Transportation found this application consistent. And again, we feel like we've worked really, really hard with staff to make sure that this application is fully compatible. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions.
I just had questions about lighting and the reduction in traffic, which you covered, so thank you very much. If
Of
you
course.
could please sign in.
Yes.
All right, Development Services.
Good evening, Sam Ball, Development Services. The applicant is requesting a major modification to Plan Development 04-1476 for the property located at the southwest corner of Alder Green Drive and US 301 intersection to allow up to 8,357 square feet of approved entitlements of BPO use to be developed for a sit-down restaurant eating establishment use. The subject property is currently under construction for a 10,127 square foot childcare facility and is approved for a 15,271 square foot office building. If this major modification is approved, the applicant would basically forego the construction of the office building in order to construct the restaurant. The property is located on the west side of US 301 between Alder Green and Simmons Loop, approximately 0.8 miles south of Big Bend Road and the US Highway 301 intersection. The surrounding zoning and development pattern consists of a mix of uses, including warehousing, religious institution, and single-family residential. Property directly north of Alder Green is approved for business professional office use with up to 21,000 square feet of gross floor area restricted commercial neighborhood uses, and is part of the same planned development. The property to the south is developed to accommodate utility transmission lines. The properties to the east of US 301 are part of a planned development with 380 single-family dwellings and 40.2 acres of wetlands. The properties to the immediate west are developed for stormwater and a 7-space parking area. The remaining 106 properties to the west and northwest of the subject property are developed for single-family dwellings and are located within the same planned development. The applicant is proposing development and use restrictions to help reduce the impact on these residential properties, mainly with increased setback, hours of operation, signage and lighting restrictions. If this modification is approved, the applicant would be allowed to substitute 8,357 square feet gross floor area of sit-down eating establishment for the BPO use on the property with folio number 7771.9439. The approval would also result in a 9,516 square foot reduction in the overall BPO entitlements for the PD, reducing it from 70,000 to 60,484 square feet. With the eating establishment and child care facility, total development would result in a 0.18 floor area ratio for the property. And to help mitigate the impacts to the residential properties to the west, the applicant is limiting the use to sit-down dining only with restricted hours of operation. Any westward-facing wall signs would not be illuminated. The eating establishment would be limited to a one-story building, and the minimum setbacks from the neighboring properties are being increased to 140 feet from the north and 90 feet, except for the dumpster enclosure from the west. The modification would also limit the child care facility to 200 children. The applicant is not requesting any PD variations or waivers to the land development code. Based on the adjacent zoning's increased setback from 20 feet to 90 feet from the residential properties to the west, the proposed restrictions placed on the eating establishment to include sit-down dining only, non-illumination of any westward-facing signage, the limited hours of operation. Staff finds proposed major modification compatible with the existing zoning districts and development pattern in the area and recommends approval of the request subject to conditions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Jillian Massey, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is in the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the Riverview and South Shore area-wide systems community plans. To address compatibility concerns that Planning Commission staff had with the proposal, the applicant has proposed to shift the proposed building 90 feet from the west property boundary. Furthermore, the site plan indicates a 20-foot landscape buffer, type B screening with additional enhancements per the conditions of approval. All of these restrictions are documented in the conditions of approval and are essential to the Planning Commission staff's consistency finding. Based on all of these mitigative measures, the proposal is consistent with Objective 12-1 of the Community Design Component and Objective 16 and associated policies in the future land use element relating to neighborhood protection. The subject site is located within the limits of the Riverview and South Shore area-wide systems community plans. The site is located in the U.S. Highway 301 corridor district of the Riverview Community Plan, which is a mixed-use area with high densities containing a variety of businesses. The plan encourages a safe, attractive, and efficient corridor system. The proposed commercial uses would provide a mix of uses and a variety of businesses along U.S. Highway 301 corridor. Per the site plan, pedestrian access is observed at the northwest property boundary, and 5-foot sidewalks are proposed along all external street frontages. With both of these elements, the project would suffice for pedestrian connectivity, which meets the intent of Goal 4 of the Riverview Community Plan for the transportation system and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan transportation objective. And based on these considerations, among others, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Support? Anyone in support? Not yet. Okay.
We have Kathy online.
Are you in support?
No, I'm in opposition.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Then seeing no one in support, we have a call for people in opposition. So I had 2 hands in the room. Is that right? 2 people? All right. And is there 1 person online?
Yes.
Okay, so a total of 3, then we'll do 5 minutes each. If you want to go ahead in the room and start by giving your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Kathy Reyes, and I live at 10433 Alder Green Drive. Thank you for allowing me the chance to present concerns tonight that I share with 133 other residents in South Creek, Phase 1 and 2. I speak for myself and on behalf of the residents who signed a petition in opposition to application MM230578, proposing a change from commercial office to restaurant. As residents, we believe the zoning change is not a good idea, nor is it complementary or compatible to our community. I personally have knowledge and understanding of the restaurant business. I grew up in a family of restaurateurs, and I was able to observe the good, bad, and the ugly at a very early age. The major issues our community is facing, and where the main concerns lie with having this restaurant at the top of our community, is increase in traffic, congestion at Alder Green and 301, excessive speeding and reckless drivers, the possibility of more broken down vehicles, drugs, substance abuse, crime, poor business practices that could potentially impact community environment, vermin, and infestation. There are two opposing views about the proposed change. There are residents that are for the restaurant, and we want to make you aware that the residents that are in favor of this restaurant, it seems that the good majority of them are investors, and that includes the owner himself of the proposed zoning changes, who feel that a restaurant is a good thing for our community. Through our WhatsApp community group chat, myself and others have encouraged those in favor to come share their perspective to help those in opposition understand how this restaurant would complement or benefit the community. To date, there's only been one person who's made us aware that there are residents in favor, but there's only been one person who has come forward. And as I stated, because of the petition, you're aware that we have the residents who are against the restaurant. And I want to point out that there are some of the residents who are 100% against a restaurant, and their concerns are not only the ones that I mentioned, but also their concerns are of safety and protecting not only their investment, but their families. The proposed restaurant also has a bar, and there are a lot of the residents that have signed the petition who are very concerned about the alcohol, the access to alcohol that would be served at this establishment. In addition to the issues that I mentioned, there are three other main concerns that require attention, either from the county or our developer, who is Eisenhower. The need for a traffic light at Phase 2 and a connection between both communities. And currently, we have a problem with tractor trailers parking in the turning lanes into our development. I'd just like to point out what Ms. Shaler did not mention in her presentation. We've got zoning changing going on all around us. And the majority of it, from what I've been able to see so far, is residential zoning plan developments. They're happening nearly 360 degrees around us. So if it is the size of restaurant that they're talking about, 8,300 square feet, we have traffic issues now. And that restaurant will definitely bring more traffic, because the name that we've heard is a very popular restaurant. Whatever the future plans are proposed for this commercial lot, our community will continue to push back until there is an acceptable business that complements the community, installation of safeguards, and implementation of a safety plan that protects our residents and their families.
There are about 30 seconds left.
Okay, there are some of us who are willing to work with the owner, who has already stepped up, as she mentioned. We have recommendations for solutions, which is installation of traffic control implements such as gates, speed detection, radar signs, traffic lights, modified entry and access points. We ask the commissioners to support and consider our opposition and the owner's zoning change, and to come up with a plan that will protect our residents within our community, no matter what type of business is placed on this lot. To also give us permission to work with our developer and the owner to collaborate together to devise a plan and implement measures that can protect our property values and the residents.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Thank you.
it. If you could please sign in.
Yeah.
Sir, if you want to go ahead and come forward, take you next.
It won't take me long.
Good
How you
evening.
doing?
That's all right.
I'm Larry Aiken. I live at 10371 Scarlet Skimmer Drive, Riverview, Florida. I heard some big words, compatibility and decreased traffic. The point is that you got the daycare sitting here on this side that has not opened up yet. the people coming in and out, dropping the kids off, you know, whether it's 6 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. You're gonna put a restaurant on this side of the road coming in, right here. The restaurant is gonna be traffic, not gonna decrease traffic. You got the same one little road here, in and out, that because it's already congested, you can't make it work. Not safety. You can ride up and down 301 anytime and look at the man-made memorials they already have out there on 301. There's already people that have died on that highway. And you're going to put a law daycare and a restaurant on one way in and one way out the street. I can't fathom it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. If you could please sign in. All right, the last person is online. Give us your name and address, please.
Kathy, can you hear us?
I apologize, I'm muted. Are you guys able to hear me and see me?
Yes, go ahead.
Lovely. My name is Kathy Aponte. I live on 10340 Scarlet Skimmer Drive. The biggest concern that I have as a resident, as well articulated by my fellow neighbors, is that we are building an establishment that serves alcohol. On top of that, we have a daycare that's going to have 200 students, potentially 200 vehicles going in and out, a very, very narrow street that we're going to share with these two very large establishments. We don't even know what's going to be built on the other side across the street. And this is the one way in, one way out for this community, because Simmons Loop towards the back end is constantly under construction, and there's going to be a DeVita facility, potentially apartments being built back there, so it's not going to be readily accessible to us. So it's going to bottleneck traffic in and out into our community. As already mentioned, we're concerned with the serving of alcohol, we're concerned with the use of drugs, the criminality, the high speed into the community and out, people using it as a cut road. It is really, really dangerous. It increases the probability of collision. This is a residential community. We all have come here from highly dense populations. We were seeking something more residential. The restaurant in question brings a particular cohort of people that are not going to be compatible with what we're trying to establish in our current neighborhood. Either the entrance should be through 301, which it doesn't seem like that's something that you guys are open to, but it certainly shouldn't cut through our neighborhood. We should have our own entrance, not shared with this very large establishment. The restaurant is not going to have the same level of people frequently that establishment as a medical facility. Two very different populations. So we bought here knowing that it was going to be business professional. I think that's the impression that everybody that bought in this property was under the impression of, and now it seems that our property value is going to plummet because of this residential, because of this coding change. Do you want to add anything? No? Okay. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. All right, so we'll close opposition testimony. We'll go to development services. Ms. Heinrich, anything?
The only thing I'd want to add is just to make everybody aware that approval of this major modification would not approve a necessary alcoholic beverage permit. If this is approved, the site would still need to go through that, which could be administrative, or if they need a waiver, need a special use, which would be a public hearing.
Good point. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, then we'll go back to the applicant who has time for a rebuttal.
Steve Henry, Langston Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. And we did conduct the traffic analysis for the project. We have worked on this one since day one. But as indicated in both your staff report and in our analysis, that the proposed use will actually be a decrease in traffic. So another concern is traffic, but it'll actually be a decrease in both daily, AM, and PM peak hours. The other question that they had was the signal at phase 2, which really isn't associated with this project. It is south of the project at Shady Hills Preserve. It's on the west side. That actually, there is a signal going in there. DOT is putting it in. It's supposed to go in 2024. So that'll actually be signalized. But the two developments can't connect. There's actually TICO property in between those two developments. It was never planned to connect, and obviously getting across a TICO piece of property is virtually impossible. So there actually is no ability to connect the two developments. But again, there is a decrease in traffic of what we're proposing to put in there.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Just a couple more closing points I wanted to touch on that their testimony provided. And the first is that there was concern of drugs and alcohol use and safety. This is not only sharing a parcel with a child care facility, but it is under the same ownership. So the owner's primary business is child care facilities. He's been in the business for 20 years and has developed multiple different locations throughout both Hillsborough County and the city. So safety and the protection of children and their families is his utmost and number one concern. The second one I wanted to address was in terms of collaboration. And I know there was some mention from Ms. Reyes' testimony regarding zonings, happening all around them. And, as a neighbor, I understand that's a lot. It's a lot to handle. And there's traffic and there's all these different kinds of concerns. But I think, as mentioned, they had kind of touched on a different application, which is the introduction of some more single-family homes. We're not affiliated with Eisenhower. That's a different application and a different property. So I did want to note that. And then I want to close with collaboration, because it was also mentioned as well on the petition that was signed, encouraging the commissioners to encourage the developers to work with the community. And as mentioned, we've met with this community 3 times, and we feel like we do thoroughly understand these concerns and are doing everything in our control and on our property that we can to mitigate them. Because again, we can't install radar monitoring on land we don't own. We can't decrease speeding. We can't stop people from using roads as a cut through, but there are avenues for that. And Commissioner Myers really cares about this district, and the local police force, that's their job to promote and to protect the public safety and welfare. So while I don't necessarily believe that this specific zoning application can stand as a solution, I think there are routes that the neighborhood can take and that our developer and property owner is willing to assist with to get their concerns addressed in other ways. So thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Then with that, we'll close major modification 23-0578 and adjourn the hearing. Thank you all for your time and testimony.